اشرح صدري قرآن املأ قلبي قرآن واصلي حياتي قرآن رحمن يا رحمن ساعدني يا رحمن اشرح صدري قرآن املأ قلبي قرآن واصلي حياتي قرآن رحمن رحمن ساعدني يا رحمن اشرح صدري قرآن املأ قلبي قرآن واصلي حياتي قرآن لله لله يرفع أملي لله ولحفظ كتاب الله من أول بسم الله للختم وللرضوان رحمن يا رحمن ساعدني يا رحمن اشرح صدري قرآن املأ قلبي قرآن واصلي حياتي قرآن رحمن يا رحمن ساعدني يا رحمن اشرح صدري قرآن املأ قلبي قرآن واصلي حياتي قرآن يا نور يا نور يا محكم يا تنزيل لمحمد عن جبريل من رب العرش دليل للعالم والإنسان تكبير تكبير للحافظ وهو صغير وضاع العين كريم يمر فجرا لينير بتلاوته الأكوان رحمن يا رحمن ساعدني يا رحمن اشرح صدري قرآن املأ قلبي قرآن واصلي حياتي قرآن رحمن يا رحمن ساعدني يا رحمن اشرح صدري قرآن املأ قلبي قرآن واصلي حياتي قرآن الله الله اللهم اجمعنا بكتابك وانفعنا واجعله لنا حسنا وهدى أبدا وأمان رحمن رحمن ساعدني يا رحمن اشرح صدري قرآن املأ قلبي قرآن واصلي حياتي قرآن رحمن يا رحمن رحمن يا رحمن.
Welcome, brothers and sisters. Please fill the front rows first. It'll be highly appreciated. Thank you. Thank you for joining us. We'll begin the program shortly, so you can chill a bit. And just a bit of a hint, you might want to make sure your internet connection is okay, whether you're on internet data or the university's Wi-Fi, because we'll have a bit of interactive session. Thank you.
And I think that's the duty that we
Okay, brothers and sisters, once again, I would like to seek your kind cooperation to fill in the front rows, uh, especially at the center parts. And I also hope you have taken your refreshments. Can we have everyone seated to look in front of you? If there is an empty seat, please sit in front. Yeah. Okay. Bismillah. Okey doktor, tapi saya tunggu doktor macam ni je. Okey. Ada dua yang terlambat sikit. Dia kata itu. Doktor Murad, Prof Murad. Haziq. 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 Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we'll start shortly. But before that, again, you want to participate in one of the activities later, you can go to mentimeter.com right now on your phone so that we can go smoothly with the activity later. So this is part also for the input for the speakers. So you can open mentimeter.com and make sure that your internet connection is strong. If you are a guest from outside, there is IIUM Wi-Fi for guests so that you can go on that Wi-Fi option and you can register accordingly and use our Wi-Fi service. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greetings of peace and blessings to all. Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of International Islamic University Malaysia, distinguished speakers and moderator, respected University Management Committee, co-organizers of the program, Associate Professor Dr. Zainal Abidin Sanusi, Director of Sejahtera Center for Sustainability and Humanity, IIUM, Associate Professor Dr. Suraya Cik Harun, Deputy Dean of the Kuliah of Education IIUM, professors, academicians, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the great Edu-Action debate. It is worth mentioning and highlighting here the word Edu-Action, which means focusing on actionable knowledge about learning by doing to nurture good characters and create good doers. Our hope is for invited experts and experienced figures to have a public, vibrant platform to offer pertinent insights towards a better Malaysian education ecosystem that transforms and reflects the national philosophy of education. In the Quran, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions, "When my servants ask you, O Prophet Muhammad, about me, I am truly near. I respond to one's prayer when they call upon me." I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Nick Saiful Azizi Deputy Dean of Student Development and Community Engagement at the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization, for dua recitation.
الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين. إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين. اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. أعوذ بالله السميع العليم من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين المبعوث رحمة للعالمين وعلى آله وصحبه ومن سار على نهجه إلى يوم الدين. اللهم باعد بيننا وبين خطايانا كما باعدت بين المشرق والمغرب. اللهم نقنا من خطايانا كما ينقى الثوب الأبيض من الدنس. اللهم اغسلنا من خطايانا بالماء والثلج والبرد. اللهم رب جبرائيل وميكائيل وإسرافيل فاطر السماوات والأرض عالم الغيب والشهادة، أنت تحكم بين عبادك فيما كانوا فيه يختلفون. اهدنا لما اختلف فيه من الحق بإذنك إنك تهدي من تشاء إلى صراط مستقيم. O Allah, Lord of Jibrail, Mikael and Israfil, Creator of the heavens and the earth, knower of the seen and the unseen, you are the arbitrator between your servants in that which they have disputed. Guide us to the truth by your leave, by your permission, in that which they have differed. For verily you guide whom you will to a straight path. اللهم إنا نسألك خير المسألة وخير الدعاء وخير النجاح وخير العمل وخير الثواب وخير الحياة وخير الممات، وثبتنا وثقل موازيننا وحقق إيماننا وارفع درجاتنا وتقبل صلواتنا واغفر لنا خطيئاتنا ونسألك الدرجات العلى من الجنة يا رب العالمين. O Allah, we beg you to make our requests as the best of our supplications. We beg you for the best success, the best duty, and the best rewards. O Allah, we beg you to make our scales heavy with rewards. Make us patient in our actions, passionate in our works, dedicated in our jobs, knowledgeable in our fields, humble in our behavior, strong in our faith, compassionate to our subjects, and tolerance to our differences. O Allah, inspire us with good ideas. Protect us from any evils of ourselves. Protect us from any calamities. And teach us from your infinite knowledge what we do not know. اللهم اجعل جمعنا هذا جمعا مرحوما وتفرقنا من بعده تفرقا معصوما وادخلنا برحمتك في عبادك الصالحين. اللهم أحسن عاقبتنا في الأمور كلها وأجرنا من خزي الدنيا وعذاب الآخرة. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin amin ya rabbal alamin. Barakallahu feek, Ustaz Dr. Nik Saiful Azizi. It is now my honor to invite Director of International Islamic University Malaysia, Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Dato' Zulkifli Abdul Razak, to deliver the welcoming remarks. Please welcome.
Thank you, Sister Idayu. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu syafil anbiya mursalin Sayyidina Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. La haula wa la quwwata illa billah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Brothers and sisters, I'm going to leave it at that. This is a very momentous moment as far as IIUM is concerned. And indeed, praise unto Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for giving us this opportunity to lay out this plan that we've been talking about for maybe about 6 months now, to do something that is important for education, knowing that education is probably the heart of everything that we do. As a university and as a responsible university, I think we need to pitch our own thinking of what education is all about. And this is one of the steps, the early steps that we are taking. For this, I would like to thank everybody who has given the utmost into making this a reality today, particularly the speakers. I know sometimes it is quite difficult to get you in because all of you are busy, particularly when we are looking for people who have experience, who have expertise, who know what they're talking about, and putting education to where it should belong. This is what we are encouraged in Islam. When you want to do something, you consult the best of the best. And this is what we are trying to do today. And we hope this will lay a foundation of what education would mean to us from now on. This is not a one step or a one-time initiative. We hope there will be a follow-up to this so that education will be quote-unquote redefined so that we can get the benefit of the best in the country. The country do not lack people who are good. The country has got enough of these people, but somehow or other we miss them for one reason or the other. And today we want to bring this back, to center it, to make sure that we deal with the best in the country and in fact in the world as such. What are the two things that we want to change today? First of all, we want to make sure that education is a place where you actually can say what you think and to debate about it. And therefore, the word debate was intended for that purpose, that there are other points of views that we need to think about, that there are other views that are in other contexts that we need to think and to bring it into perspective so that when we make decision, that decision becomes relevant to us. It is not just importing from so-called world-class university. They are world-class in their own context. In our context, they may not be world-class. And therefore, we need to define this. We need to debate, we need to dissent, we need to argue for the purpose of the best and seeking for the truth. And that's what education is all about. It is not about to please one or two people. It's not about votes. It's not about power. It is about justice at the end of the day. How we can bring justice to bear that everybody, through education, can get the best and be treated as fairly as possible. That, I think, is the first context that I want to put in why we use the word debate. It is not about arguing until cow comes home. It is not about just making your egocentricity as the point of view, but to bring it that everybody will, at the end of the day, get the best of this discussion, the consultation, or the muafakat, as we put it in a word, as far as Malay, the Malay vocabulary is concerned. The second point is about Edu-Action. It is not a typo. It is purposely put Edu-Action because we want to talk about knowledge that can bring action at the end of the day. We are so used in the university to do and write and speak, but at the end of the day, there is no translation to what this knowledge means. And Edu-Action means you say something, can you work it out? You say something, can you make sure that it happens in reality? We say something, can other people benefit from what we are saying? Can we walk the talk, in short? It's not just enough to write and get a good impact factor, but there's no impact on the ground at all. So Edu-Action means we want to talk about actionable knowledge, knowledge that bring benefit to people, knowledge that actually can benefit more than just people within the universities, the community around us, the community that is also responsible for the university, and the university is also responsible for the university. How this spread is out in the context of social engagement for social transformation, because that's what education is all about as far as universities and education sector is concerned. So these are the 2 points that I think we want to bring forward so that education moving forward can be redefined in the context of where the debates are, whether it has been exhaustively explored before we take action, and how do we take action and make it meaningful for the people around us and also for the generations to come. For the last 3 years, UNESCO has been engaging with this to talk about the futures of education. Then Malaysia must be in that debate for the futures of education, and I hope today is a starting point. I would like to end by thanking all of you for making time for this very modest initiative that we hope will be an initiative that everybody will share for the sake of the country and for the sake of the humanity as a whole. So thank you very much. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Tan Sri Zulkifli, for the inspiring speech. As he said just now, let this debate platform be a place where truth will prevail. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the best ways to predict the future is to look at how we shape the present young generations. And something that says a lot about that are our schools, its systems, and the environments. To debate the first topic of today, which is the reality of our schools, I would like to invite our moderator, Brother Said Munawar, and panelists, Associate Professor Dr. Mastura Baziz, Dr. Othman Talib, Brother Muhammad Haziq Abdul Rahim, and Brother Zulhaimi Othman to take their place on stage. It is my pleasure to give you more information about our speakers. We have Associate Professor Dr. Mastura Baziz. She is the Deputy Dean, Postgraduate and Responsible Research, Kuliah of Education at our very own IIUM. She has over 29 years of experience. I'm even younger than that. In the field of education, she obtained her doctoral degree from the University of Warwick, United Kingdom, with specialization in child development and education. She is currently an associate professor at the Department of Educational Psychology and Counseling. She was entrusted to hold important positions such as Chairman of Quality Assurance Committee, Genius Division, Ministry of Education, and the Vice President of International Networking for Child Development and Protection, INCPD, among others. Next, we have Dr. Othman Talib, lecturer at the Department of Science and Technical Education, Faculty of Educational Studies, Putra University, Malaysia. He completed his secondary education at the King George V Secondary School, Seremban, and his first degree in chemistry from National University of Malaysia in 1986. A year later, he was appointed as a chemistry teacher at the Matriculation Center, Putra University, Malaysia, UPM, and having served as a lecturer at the Faculty of Educational Studies, UPM, he then pursued his doctorate in education at the University of Adelaide, Australia. Next, we have Mr. Muhammad Haziq Abdul Rahim, the founder of Ajar Educational Platform. Mr. Muhammad Haziq is the founder of Ajar, A-J-A-R. For those who are perhaps non-Malaysians, Ajar means teach in the Malay language. It is a YouTube channel which dynamically transforms into an educational platform consisting of a variety of education-oriented videos. Since its establishment in October 2017, up to this day, the channel, which was awarded the YouTube Silver Award, has been subscribed to by over 450,000 people and gathered over 50 million views. Last and definitely not least, we have Mr. Zulhaimi Othman, the Managing Director of LibEd Services. Prior to joining LibEd, he was the program director at a social enterprise dedicated to education improvement efforts and impact maximization in the local community. During his tenure, he was seconded to Amir Foundation, a non-profit organization mandated to oversee the implementation of the Trust Schools Program, TSP. Joining LibEd in 2016, he grew extensive experience and instrumental involvement in navigating its education transformation programs that he was appointed as a managing director since March 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, I know you are as excited as I am, but before we move on and start, I would like to invite all of you for the next 5 minutes. We will have some interactive session. So I believe behind me, or if not, you go follow through my guide, kindly open mentimeter.com. And then we'll have 3 quick questions just to get your views about the current conditions or situations of our education system. So firstly, you can go to mentimeter.com And the code is behind me as well, but I'll just say it out for you as well. So the first question, you can enter the code 45461371. And the question goes, since we are talking about the national education, the question is in Bahasa Melayu. Apakah pandangan anda tentang silibus sekolah di Malaysia ketika ini? Adakah terlalu berat, sesuai dan relevan atau perlu ditambahkan lagi? Jadi saya beri 1 minit untuk anda menjawab soalan tersebut, berikan pandangan anda dan kita akan lihat keputusan secara live di skrin belakang saya. Okay, 86% sekarang mengatakan terlalu berat. So for our international community, basically 86% are saying the current national education system is giving way too heavy of syllabus for our school students. Okay, 20 seconds left. Okay, baik, kita perlu berhenti untuk soalan pertama. Jadi kita dapat sini 81 berpendapat ia terlalu berat untuk pelajar sekolah. Dan yang selainnya, Tuan Syed akan, Mr. Syed will look at it. Seterusnya, the second question, soalan kedua, kodnya adalah 15898075. Soalannya begini, mata pelajaran bagi sekolah rendah perlu dikurangkan terutamanya bagi tahap 1. Adakah anda setuju, tidak setuju ataupun kurang pasti? Boleh beri pandangan anda. Mereka yang menonton program ini daripada YouTube Live channel IIUM Official juga boleh menyertai kuis ini dan beri pandangan anda. Okey, 30 saat lagi sebelum kita bergerak ke soalan yang seterusnya. Baik, terima kasih atas kerjasama anda. Soalan yang ketiga, kita akan gunakan kod 87486755. Soalannya begini, pembangunan silibus di sekolah perlu melibatkan guru-guru di pelbagai jenis sekolah sama ada di luar maupun di luar bandar. Adakah anda setuju, tidak setuju ataupun tidak pasti? Boleh kongsikan pandangan anda bersama kami. Laju-laju, nice. Tiga 30 saat lagi untuk soalan kita yang terakhir untuk sesi pertama. Jadi setakat ini kita ada 103 orang yang bersetuju dan itu adalah majoriti. Ada 2 orang tidak pasti dan seorang tidak setuju. Baiklah, itu sahaja untuk sesi pertama. Terima kasih tuan-tuan dan puan-puan atas penglibatan anda bagi kuis pagi ini. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, this first session is dedicated to Almarhum Tan Sri Dr. Wan Muhammad Zahid Muhammad, the former Education Director General. He has tremendously contributed and empowered the school systems and education system in our country as a whole. Without further ado, Brother Said Manawar, the floor is yours.
Terima kasih Dayu, Yang Berbahagia Professor Tan Sri Zulkifli Abdul Razak, honorable guests, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very warm good morning I wish to all. The organizing of this Edu-Action debate is not without receiving slings of criticism, and I would like to share a few of them. At the very first moment when I started promoting this debate, the first criticism that came to me was who are the representatives of the designated ministries, because that particular brother mentioned to me that it's like the PTA, it's like the PIBG standing outside the school gate and shouting out loud. Macam PIBG berdiri di luar pagar dan bersorak, mengkritik. That was the criticism towards organizing of such debate. And also there were critics saying that what will come out from this particular debate? Is it going to be a fruitful one? This is another round of academic pandemonium. Nothing really can be done because the system, the problem is so endemic. And also another criticism saying that a lot has been done by the designated ministries, both MOE and also MOHI, but people, the general public, are not aware of the success stories. And therefore, the public should not be invited to engage in a public debate because they are not aware, they don't understand. My quick response to all this criticism is simply the same argument is the very reason why we need to engage the public. Because I think everybody is a stakeholder. Education is the biggest, is the most pertinent entities, and it's an investment. And in fact, education received the biggest chunk of the budget, I think, since independence up until now, for the last 65 years or so. Therefore, each and every one of us, we are all stakeholders to the education system. And I've been on the national TV since the last 26 years or so. I've been saying this oftentimes, and I'd like to share it again. In that span of 26 years, there was never 1 year that I failed to discuss about education, and I've been asking the same question over and over again for the last 26 years and getting the same answer, meaning nothing really changes when it comes to our education system. And I think this is an opportunity, despite the fact I think Tan Sri began by saying the organizer have been pre-planned the whole debate since the last 6 months or so. So it is not meant to coincide with the general election, but I think this is a blessing in disguise. It is upon the organizer and also all the debaters and the speakers on stage here to prove otherwise, that we want something really fruitful coming out from this debate, so that all parties involving in this general election will take account the pointers and ideas from this debate and put everything inside their manifestos. Let's do that. And I think we should express our appreciation to IIUM, Tan Sri Zul in particular, for organizing this debate. Let's give IIUM a big round of applause. Perdebatan ini dikendalikan dalam 2 bahasa. It's going to be bilingual, so that we can, we hope that the points will resonate well down to the ground, semua untuk berdebat. Jadi semua yang berada di dalam dewan ini nanti akan diberikan ruangnya untuk bertanyakan soalan. Tuan-tuan yang sedang menonton ini di YouTube juga sudah boleh mula bertanyakan soalan. Saudara Brodin akan membantu. Semua pembicara, pendebat di atas, Zul awal-awal lagi dia kata, what is there to debate? Everybody is from the same mazhab. But I suppose LIPAD is the one closest to the MOE. Kan? Jadi adalah, dia ada carry some weight lah. Kalau tidak, Dr. Mastura, kan? You are chairman of the committee. Jadi saya rasa kita masih boleh. Cumanya saya rasa malangnya sebelum ini apabila kita berdebat tentang pendidikan, pendidikan telah menjadi komoditi politik. I've been saying this so many times. Sehingga kan kita gagal berdebat secara terbuka. Saya tak pasti kalau pendebat yang ada di atas pentas ini mereka akan bertanding. Nomination day is on the 5th of November. We shall see. Dr. OT ni kalau bertanding popular juga ni, ala-ala Cikgu Fadli dia ni. 450,000 guru. Saya sebutkan kata kalau 450,000 guru ini mengambil sikap, mereka sahaja boleh membentuk kerajaan. Jadi ada dua sesi tuan-tuan. The first session is dedicated to our education at school system, and the subsequent segment, the subsequent section pertains to the tertiary education. Dan di dalam setiap sesi ada 4 pusingan. Pusingan pertama, setiap pendebat diberikan 7 minit untuk berbicara. Premis yang akan saya sebutkan seketika nanti. Pusingan yang kedua, mereka telah pun diberikan giliran untuk menjawab. Semua pendebat yang dipentas akan bertanyakan soalan kepada seorang demi seorang dan akan dijawab dalam tempoh 4 minit. Itu pusingan yang kedua. Pusingan ketiga, kita mula menerima soalan daripada tuan-tuan yang berada di dalam dewan dan juga yang menonton secara dalam talian. Dan pusingan keempat, 5 minit setiap seorang untuk merumuskan pandangan masing-masing dan menyatakan steps need to be taken. Apakah langkahnya supaya debat kita ini tidak menjadi sesuatu yang futile, ya. Jadi ada 4 pusingan itu. Kita sepatutnya boleh membereskan perdebatan ini selama 1 jam 30 minit, 90 minit begitu insya-Allah. Tuan-tuan, pusingan yang pertama ini berkait tentang sekolah. Premis yang telah diberikan adalah the premise for the first session that despite the noble falsafah pendidikan negara at the very core and a very splendid curriculum, our schools have failed at delivery, where pedagogy has failed to nurture the right ingredient of a balanced man. Meski berbekal falsafah pendidikan dan kurikulum yang jitu, pendidikan di sekolah telah gagal dalam aspek penyampaian pedagogi dan tidak menyediakan atau gagal membangunkan bakat yang seimbang. Setiap panelis, saya mulakan dengan Dr. Mastura, diberikan 7 minit dan rakan saya Dr. Muhammad Ikram Abu Hassan akan memberikan peringatan. Kita uji locengnya 1 minit maksudnya. Ya, saya mulakan dengan Dr. Mastura. Silakan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, Tan Sri Rector, thank you for this opportunity. And then the organizing committee and Brother Syed Munawar as well. Well, when I was invited to this kind of debate action, I feel like, am I going to teach? I'm going to deliver knowledge, or I'm going to discuss, you know, and then finally, okay. And for your information, for audience information, this is the first time we heard about the planning, okay? Round 1, round 2, round 3, round 4. We didn't know. We have no idea of what's going on, and then, indeed, okay. Inshallah, qala rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. So talking about the reality in our school, I would like to start off with referring to the questions just now. Okay, sebab ada jawapan tak pasti, setuju, okay, tak setuju dan sebagainya. Okay, then talking about the syllabus. Okay, number 1 is talking about syllabus. Syllabus terlalu berat. Okay, bila kita kata syllabus terlalu berat, the issue here is that when we talk about education, we have 4 main important things. Number 1 is knowledge. Number 2, skills. So every time, knowledge, 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 knowledge. So skills. So are we aware that there are other things involved in teaching and learning? For students, for example, when they want to learn something, they have to have what we call as disposition to learn. They interest in something. In Malaysia, we know that, for example, like in secondary school, we have psychometrics tests because we want to know the students prone to what are they are good at what are their interests, what are their disposition. Unfortunately, we have this psychometric, but we don't apply. What's the point of having psychometric when the student further their study in Form 4, they still have to take courses. And then if we compare to the to other countries, I mean developed countries, for example, like in Japan, in US, in UK, in New Zealand, Australia, and other all these OECD countries. When we compare to that, we talk about career path. You know, the core courses, for example, how many core courses that our students have to take? And yet they are elective courses. In developed countries, they only have, for example, like 2 or 3 core courses, and the rest will be, they will refer to the so-called psychometric tests, so that the student will be able to do whatever they are interested in and whatever they want to do. And then they develop the career path, I mean, this ability starting from even at about 14 years old, 15 years old. And then, fortunately, what they have been doing, this thing actually is in line with Ibn Sina's, okay, if you refer to the canon of medicine, and there is a part in the book, okay, salah satu daripada bab dalam the canon of medicine adalah falsafah pendidikan mengikut pandangan Ibn Sina. Dan Ibn Sina, dia menggariskan ada four stages in terms of education, from baby up to 2 years old, dia panggil Sinnul Mahdi, okay, and for this stage, of course, there are certain approaches, certain syllabus, so-called syllabus. And then from 2 to 5 years old, dia panggil Sinnul Raudah, usia buayan, usia prasekolah ataupun, and then after that, from 5 to at about 10 years old, barulah dipanggil formal education, and then after that, it will be another higher education. And then Ibn Sina already started and suggested that, you know, if a child wanted to excel in their career, it should be started by the age of 14 years old. So kita buat psychometry umur 15 tahun. But what we have done, okay? Then, and yet, when back to, okay, the 4 categories of learning, I mean the knowledge, the skills, and then the disposition to learn, number 4 is the emotion part. We forget about this. If you refer to the UNESCO, you know, among the main important things in learning is happiness in education. So my question now here is that, are our children happy going to school? I'm asking you all here, are our children happy going to school? Do you really want to go to school? So what's wrong? What happened? What we have done to the kids? Every time when we want to introduce something new, and then we force, okay, we add syllabus, we add subject. And when talking about primary education, preschool education, primary education, here we can see that there are 2 different school of thought. Number 1 is subject-based, and number 2 is developmental-based. When you talk about developmental-based, we should teach children in accordance to their level of understanding. We need to approach the children. In other words, the curriculum should suit the need and the stage of development, not to force the children to suit the curriculum. So that's why, thank you, Dr. Akram, for the reminder. Okay, so that's why I agree. If we want to develop a syllabus, a curriculum, okay, if we refer to this developmental-based, okay, we should consider the emotion of the children, the ability of the children, you know, and if we don't do that, it will become a problem. And then when it becomes a problem, okay, we force the children to do things that beyond their ability, beyond their level. Then come issues related to mental illnesses, stress, going to school but they feel stressed, going to school but they are not happy. So, you know, okay, when we talk about developmental base, actually it will cover many things. The physical, the emotional, you know, okay, before I end this first round, okay, give me only 30 seconds. Okay, for example, like in the UK, they have what we call as baseline assessment. What is this baseline assessment? This baseline assessment is that they will measure or they will assess children's ability in accordance to this For example, like even for subject-based mathematics, what are the mathematical skills for children 8 years old? What are mathematical skills, the developmental milestones for mathematical skill for children 10 years old, 12 years old, something like that. And then when they have this some sort like checklist, all right, when they have this some sort like checklist, so then if let's say, okay, mathematical skills or scientific skills, or let's say knowledge and understanding of the world or geographical skills for children 10 years old are this list, then they will, the teachers will do this formative assessment, and then through that, they will know that whether the children up to the level of this 10 checklist, for example. So parents, because the basic things about assessment is to measure or to know whether the children understand what the children can do before and after. To compare between the child, between himself or herself with himself. Dia dengan diri dia, bukan compare dengan orang lain. We talk about Finland, we talk about Japanese education. When they are doing this, they are proud of, okay, anak saya boleh membaca. Okay? And then the other parents say, my son is very good in swimming. The other one say, oh, my son is very good in playing football. So nobody will worry because they know each child is different. Kita bercakap semua orang, setiap kanak-kanak berbeza. But in terms of practices, we don't do that. We force children to follow the curriculum. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Dr. Masura. Tidak perlu untuk saya ulas, kita akan ada ruang untuk semua panel juga mengulas. Saya teruskan dengan Dr. Oti. Isunya adalah dengan pedagogi, mesti kita sudah ada falsafah pendidikan, kita sudah ada kurikulum. Dr. Masura sudah melahirkan beberapa pointers. Silakan, Dr. Osman.
Okay, terima kasih Tuan Syed. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation for me to be one of the panel here, especially to Dr. Zainal, as well as Tan Sri Zul. Sometimes I'm thinking of why now we are having a lot of debates after 65 years after our Independence Day. Okay, this should be the talk that we did 55 years ago, not today. Okay, I would like to start with the philosophies of our education. This is one of the the best philosophy of education in the world. I talked to my friend last night from Sweden. She said that the philosophy of education in Sweden consists of 3 words: safe, secure, and well-being. That's it. That's all. But we have 99 words, okay, of our educational philosophy. This is the best ever. So I have to write it here. And I want to only take out the gist of this philosophy. First, developing the potential of individual student, meaning that no one left behind. And then intellectually, spiritually, emotionally, and physically. Is that what we did now, okay, for the last 65 years? Is that what we have? I don't think so. Okay, we more focus on intellectual, yet we have more than one domain of intellectual. Okay, what we focus is only on subject matter, intellectual, and more on rote memorization. That is what they gave us to our kids, to our children. For sure, they have something to do. Okay, for sure, they become a workers, they become a professional. But education is more than that. Okay, I want to look from the perspective of school system, not education. Education is noble, but the school system, what we are having now. We don't have any opportunity. We don't have any other reason. Instead of comparing ours to other developed countries, okay, I have been thinking that what the kids have in US, in UK, even in Finland, in Sweden, they must work hard. They have a very hard syllabus. Why? Because they are a developed country. They have all kind of technology. That is by the biggest misunderstanding that I have all this while. Okay, when we have the opportunity to go abroad, then we notice that they are having a very fun primary school, elementary school system. They go to school without textbook, okay? They have a lot of interaction with the teacher, a lot of things. They gain a lot of knowledge indirectly or directly, okay? From education to school system, okay? Based on OECD report, based on my own experience, to move from education to school, there are two main keywords. One is equality, and other one is empathy. I almost never heard the word empathy, okay, mentioned at any level of our school. I don't even, not even once, one time I experienced the word empathy. So what happened to developed country? Okay, they try to make the student equal in every single aspect, and in the same time, they try to emphasize empathy. Whatever they try to create their own system at their school, they look after empathy. Okay, think from the perspective of the student. Maybe for sure from the developmental perspective of the student, of the children, of the kids. Okay, that's one thing. So when we compare our country to developed nation, developed country, we are far at the bottom of the ranking. Okay, so we have to notice that. So we don't have any choice to look why they have a very good system compared to us. In terms of subject, okay, here I list down the subject that year one student have at Malaysia, Japan, Korea, Singapore, Finland, and Australia. Just to answer the question right now, just now. Okay, we have 10 subjects. Okay, from mathematics to dunia music. Okay, we have 10 subjects, and we have 4 core subjects. Japan, they have 7. Only 2 core subjects. We have 4, they have 2, but they have 7 altogether. Plus music, plus art, plus moral education. Korea have only 1 core subject, that is maths. 2 core subjects, maths. Okay, and Korean language, 2 core subjects. Singapore have 7. Okay, mathematics, English language, mother tongue language, and that's all, 3. They don't have science subject. Finland have only 2 core subjects, mathematics and Finnish language. They have 5 only subjects. Students at Finland have 5 subjects. Okay, Australia, they have also 5. Also have 5. Okay, excluded science. They have maths, English, art, and music. So we have 10. Double than what they have at the developing country. We have 10. We are torturing, we are pressuring our kids. Okay, at the end of the day, we only have the cream of the cream. That is not education. That is how we separate the best worker for the futures and the Grab food delivery for the future. That's what we did to our kids. Sometimes they are very good at something, okay? Because we kill their passion, okay? From the science subject, from mathematics subject, we kill their passion. They don't want to learn mathematics. They don't want to learn subject. At the end of the day, so they lost their passion at primary school, and there's nothing that we can say at the secondary school. Okay, Tuan Syed messaged me about VUCA. Okay, I think last week about VUCA. So I'm thinking of, VUCA. I'm thinking of that we are offering the VUCA perspective of our school. Not the VUCA that we have the system on us, but our system is actually VUCA. First is volatile. Our system is not stable. We keep changing there, we keep changing here. We are not. Okay, when one minister say we need to add something in our syllabus, so the ministry try to add something. Okay, so we have 10 topics for science. Okay, at year 1. If we compare to Pearson, okay, our officer from the Ministry of Education say we have benchmark our syllabus, okay, to compare to international syllabus. But when I look into Pearson, Pearson don't offer science at year 1, at year 2, at year 3. Pearson start science, year 1 and year 2. Pearson offers science at year 3. Okay? And they offer only 5 topics per year. But we have 10 topics. And we have 12 topics at year 6. That is too much. That is too much for our kid. Okay? Nobody want to become a scientist. I don't think so. We try to train them to become a scientist. The expert from the science background, they want our student to become a scientist. The expert from the mathematics background want our kid to become a mathematician. The expert from the visual arts want our student to become an artist. At the end of the day, we don't have not even one scientist. Okay, they get fed up and then they try to get rid of the school system. Okay, first our school system is volatile. Okay, it's unstable. We don't have a clear vision.
Can you sum up, Doctor? 30 more seconds, please. Can you sum up VUCA? Please sum up VUCA. So
Yes, VUCA. And then secondly, it's uncertain. It's unpredictable. Okay, we have UPSR, we have PT3, now we don't have UPSR, you don't have PT3, and then we change it to TP. That is the more ridiculous action from my own perspective. We don't judge based on, TP1, TP2. That is a holistic process. Not after this lesson, we say, you got TP1, TP2, TP3. That is the worst way to judge students based on the classroom-based assessment. I don't think so. Okay, and the third one is complex. We are very well known as our complexity with the STEM subject, with the penaziran, okay, monitoring from the Ministry of Education, with the model, the module, the thematic, whatever is it, is so confusing and the teacher gets so, stressed with every single thing that we want to put into the system. And the last one is ambiguity. Okay, lack of clarity. Okay, so this department says something, okay, another department say another thing. At the end of the day, we try to do a lot of things. And you know what happened to TS25? What is it? Transformasi School 25. Okay, they have to prepare the rancangan pengajian harian, almost 2 or 3 pages. They don't do that at the developed country because teaching pedagogy is the authority for the teacher to choose whatever they think suitable for the student. You don't prepare the RPH for the teacher. That is another mistake. Okay. Saya rasa saja yang sempat saya beri. Ada loceng tadi ke?
Sudah bunyi. Sebab tu saya minta sum up tadi. Tak apa.
Okey, itu saja. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih banyak. I would advise everyone to follow Dr. Oti's social media account. It's very colourful. I think if it's in the tertiary level, he is the Cikgu Fadli of tertiary level. Perhaps if you go by the ratio, we have 30% more core subject. We should be 30% smarter, I guess. Let's move on to Haziq. Silakan, 7 minit.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Jadi yang berbahagia yang dimulakan Tan Sri Profesor Dr. Zulkifli, Div kehormat dan juga kepada moderator, kepada pengunjung, kepada student-student yang datang. Dan terima kasih banyaklah kerana sudi, pertama sekali kerana sudi menjemput saya kerana untuk berbicara lah tentang satu topik yang sebenarnya sangat-sangat berat ni. Macam disebutkan oleh Dr. Oti tadi, sepatutnya mungkin kita dah debatkan puluhan tahun sebelumnya. Dan saya sebenarnya di sini mungkin membawa satu perspektif kiranya orang luar lah, maksudnya yang bukan berada dalam sistem lah kot. Sebabnya memang tak berada langsung dalam mungkin sistem pendidikan, dan tapi saya menghasilkan kiranya medium pendidikan yang tagline dia pun pendidikan di luar buku teks. Dan maksudnya memang di luar lah. Jadi mungkin dibawa di sini satu perspektif masyarakat umum juga bagaimana kami melihat maksudnya polemik yang berlaku bila kita membincangkan tentang maksudnya sistem pendidikan sedia ada. Jadi apa yang mungkin dibicarakan dalam motion yang dibawa oleh maksudnya moderator pada pagi ini adalah maksudnya kegagalan. Kegagalan tu kegagalan dari sudut mana? Adakah pada sudut falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan? Tidak. Rasanya kita semua setuju di sini bahawa falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan kita sangat-sangat cantik, hebat dan indah. Tapi mungkin masalahnya adalah dari sudut pembawaan, dari sudut driver, dari sudut maksudnya kenderaan yang membawa kita kepada matlamat falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan tersebut, iaitu sistem. Dan bila kita sebut tentang sistem yang gagal ni, kita bertemu dengan satu maksudnya obstacle, satu rintangan yang pertama, iaitu macam mana kita nak membicarakan, macam mana kita nak mengira, mengukur bahawa kita gagal. Apa kayu ukur yang kita guna? Apa contohnya kalau kita nak kata, kita rujukan, apa standard goal, golden standard yang kita guna, piawaian emas yang kita guna untuk kita bandingkan dan kita kata, oh aku tak mencapai standard, maka kita gagal. Jadi ini adalah obstacle yang pertama. Dan apatah lagi bila kita, contoh kita setuju untuk kita melihat sejarah mungkin. Kita dapat lihat bahawa sistem pendidikan ataupun ilmu ni secara general dia dipenuhi dengan paradoks. Maksudnya dia dipenuhi dengan pelbagai maksudnya percanggahan. Antara paradoks yang paling besar sekali adalah paradoks agama ataupun kebangkitan agama Islam itu sendiri. Kalau kita katakan bahawa sistem pendidikan yang terbaik mesti lahir daripada contohnya kerajaan ataupun tamadun peradaban yang hebat, tamadun peradaban yang mengangkat ilmu, agama Islam lahir di tengah-tengah padang pasir. Memang betul-betul masyarakat tersebut tak pernah keluarkan walau sebuah buku. Dan bila lahirnya tamadun Islam ini dipanggil sebagai satu paradoks yang sangat-sangat memeningkan ahli sejarah. Kita bagaikan satu kumpulan Eskimo yang kemudian meruntuhkan Rusia, kemudian meruntuhkan Amerika sebab dikelilingi yang mengelilingi tamadun Islam ataupun Jaziratul Arab ketika itu adalah tamadun Rom dan tamadun Parsi, yang tamadun kehebatan keilmuan mereka sangat-sangat berkali-kali ganda melebihi daripada tamadun Islam. Tapi agama kita lahir, maksudnya yang menguasai ilmu kemudian itu lahir daripada realiti yang sedemikian. Realiti yang satu masyarakat yang memang tidak langsung mengangkat ilmu. Dan kemudian kita ada paradoks yang lain. Contohnya paradoks untuk kita katakan dari segi logistik, dari segi ekonominya. Maksudnya sistem pendidikan kita perlu sistem yang dibantu oleh ekonomi yang mantap. Tapi itu bukannya kita lihat dari sudut sejarahnya. Bila kita lihat contohnya banyak ulama yang sebenarnya kisah-kisah mereka adalah dipenuhi dengan kesusahan, kemiskinan. Imam Ahmad sangat-sangat miskin dan susah. Ulama-ulama hadis, kalau kita baca buku dia penuh dengan cerita pengsan muntah. Sebab apa? Sebab sangat-sangat susah untuk mereka mengejar maksudnya ilmu hadis. Kalau kita kata contohnya sistem pendidikan perlu dibantu oleh kebebasan huriyah, tak boleh maksudnya terpenjara. Tapi kita lihat banyak magnum opus yang terlahir adalah daripada penjara. Ibn Taymiyah melahirkan dia punya tafsirnya. Macam tu juga Hamka melahirkan tafsir Al-Azhar adalah dalam keadaan mereka terpenjara. Kalau kita kata tak boleh ada pandemik, Isaac Newton maksudnya menemui penemuan graviti. Pada ketika waktu itu Black Death ataupun wabak hitam, wabak maut. Dan macam tu juga mungkin paradoks yang agak besar juga, iaitu ketika mana kita kata bahawa sistem pendidikan kita mesti dalam keadaan yang aman. Tapi tak, ilmu ni kalau kita lihat banyak ilmu yang menjadi melonjak, meningkat secara eksponen adalah ketika peperangan, terutama sekali sains dan matematik, STEM. World War adalah kita melihat melonjaknya ilmu sains dan matematik. Dan ketika itu kita lihat bahawa ilmu ni rupa-rupanya dia naik dengan sangat-sangat hebat juga ketika mana peperangan. Macam tu juga ketika Mongol menyerang tamadun Islam, menjarah, membinasakan, kita anggap bahawa akan mati terus intelektual dunia kita, tapi lahir macam tokoh-tokoh seperti Ibn Taymiyah pada ketika itu. Jadi kita lihat bahawa ada masalah yang sangat besar dalam kita mendefinisikan kejayaan sesebuah sistem apabila ilmu itu sendiri dipenuhi dengan pelbagai paradoks ataupun percanggahan yang kita anggap dia counterintuitive. Dan mungkin satu yang agak moden kita panggil sebagai the paradox of Chinese education. Okay, ini mungkin ramai yang tahulah. Bila kita sebut tentang pendidikan Cina, kalau kita nak katalah bahawa negara mana yang mungkin paling hebat sekali sekolah rendah mereka, sains matematik dari sudut penilaian PISA, nombor satu sebenarnya China nombor satu. Dan sistem pendidikan mereka adalah sangat-sangat, kalau kita anggap sekarang ni adalah sangat-sangat tradisional lah, sangat-sangat tradisional. Diorang chalk and talk, diorang kena maksudnya lalui pelbagai peperiksaan. Dan mereka kena, maksudnya diorang punya darjah 1 tu lebih kurang 3 kali ganda lebih kompleks daripada silibus darjah 1 kita. Kalau anda tengoklah ni dah belajar darab macam-macam lah, diorang siap sertakan dengan falsafah daripada Sun Tzu, kita baca cahaya peningnya. Dan ini adalah satu percanggahan, maksudnya kita membawa kepada satu persoalan, maksudnya bagaimana sistem pendidikan yang terbaik sebenarnya, dan mungkin caranya adalah untuk kita keluar daripada pandangan tersebut. Jadi saya sendiri adalah masyarakat awam yang bukan berada dalam sistem. Masalah yang saya tengok adalah apabila semua perbincangan tentang pendidikan kita adalah perbincangan berbentuk kritik ataupun kritikal, keburukan dan sebagainya. Ini sebagai orang luar, bila kita berbincang tentang pendidikan negara kita, semuanya adalah buruk. Semuanya adalah itu ini dan negatif, maka dia membawa kepada satu paradigma dalam masyarakat kita. Sekolah ni adalah satu gelembung, satu bubble. Sekolah, universiti, satu bubble yang tujuan kita berada di sekolah dan universiti adalah untuk keluar daripada sistem tersebut. Dan ini adalah kiranya bagi saya satu masalah yang sangat-sangat besar, sebab dia menjadikan seolah-olah tak ada langsung, seolah-olah habis diskurs tentang ilmu tersebut bila kamu keluar daripada sekolah dan kamu keluar daripada universiti. Dan sebagai masyarakat, kamu tak dengar tentang ilmu, kamu tak dengar tentang apa yang dibicarakan tentang ilmu daripada sekolah, daripada universiti. Kamu dengar kritikan, kamu dengar benda-benda buruk. Jadi itu yang menyebabkan apa yang saya buatlah, jadi saya cuba untuk mengubah. Jadi apa yang saya cuba nak buat adalah meningkatkan sedikit kewartawanan ilmu, knowledge journalism, daripada satu channel yang simple, channel YouTube. Dan apa yang kita nak buat adalah daripada kita mungkin bincang tentang keburukan sistem peperiksaan, why not we escape from that? Kita cerita korang belajar apa sebenarnya, apa nilainya, apa value-nya, yang sebenarnya kita sangat-sangat kurang. Maksudnya mungkin influencer ataupun bila saya tanyalah mungkin menamatkan, anak-anak sekarang dah sangat-sangat tak suka dengan sains. Diorang tak ambil subjek-subjek sains di sekolah. Soalan simple je. Siapa nama saintis Malaysia yang kamu tahu? Siapa hero sains negara yang kamu tahu? Diorang tak tahu. Diorang tak kenal satu pun. Bagi satu nama website sains Malaysia bahasa Melayu yang kamu tahu, tak ada. Jadi benda ni tak melimpah, maksudnya tak mencapai kepada mereka. Mereka hanya hidup dalam satu gelembung, dalam satu bubble yang mereka tak sabar-sabar nak keluar daripadanya. Dan itu adalah satu perkara yang saya tengok perlu ditambah baik ataupun mungkin perlu kita cakna lah sebagai masyarakat.
Baik, kewartawanan ilmu, saya kira dalam bentuk influencer, pempengaruh, ia absah, validated. Tetapi kita juga melihat bajet paling besar selama 65 tahun kepada sebuah kementerian sepatutnya tidak menghalang elemen yang disarankan. Itu nanti kita akan bergulat di dalam pusingan berikutnya. Tapi Zulhaimi, saya suka senyumnya. Dia pembentang yang keempat. Dia penuh dengan data. 7 minit, silakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Tuan Syed dan juga panel. Saya nak ucapkan terima kasih kepada Prof sebab I think Prof you set a very good platform. Okay, when you talk about education, what is the critical ingredient? And I like the fact that it's about disposition for learning. Okay, kalau saya boleh buat lontar ke belakang sikit lah, throwback sedikit, kenapa saya berada di sini? Okay, dan saya juga nak sum up sedikit sebab apa yang Haziq kata tentang kritikan. Saya bermula dengan salah seorang orang yang sangat-sangat frustrated dengan keluaran graduan. Because I used to be the head of HR in multiple GLCs and multinational companies. And every time when I see the result from the resume coming in, I'm always very excited. Double degree, 4 flat, But then again, at the point of interview, dah ada some alert point. Sebab kebolehan bukan saja bercakap, tapi resolving simple stuff, problem solutioning, skills, tidak kelihatan. Kemudian saya bertanya sebab memandangkan banyak rasa macam ni, tidak cukupkah apa kita buat dekat university. Then the question comes in like, sebenarnya dekat universiti ni agak terlalu lewat untuk melakukan semua issues tentang problem solving, issues about communication, issues about socializing, issues about respecting each other. So bila saya fikir balik semua, kalau kita lontar ke belakang, Rasulullah bila dia membina umat dia start dengan sasyah. Dia start dengan kekuatan. Sebab daripada berpuluh tahun dia membina sasyah, maka terbitlah ilmu-ilmu yang keluar, Avicenna, Al-Khwarizmi semua, because foundation is solid, rock solid. And that's what Dr. Oti cakap, I like the word Oti, macam overtime. Kan? Talk about, you need to build falsafah ni, I think it is best falsafah. I totally agree with that. Tapi kalau kita tengok now, kita go to the topic of reality of the school. The reality of the school is, it's not like that. Sebab, kita tengok, saya tanya satu soalan. Berapa orang antara kita, kalau anak kita SPM dapat straight A's, kita bangga? Angkat tangan. Berapa orang pada kita yang kalau anak kita kat rumah, sebelum dia tidur, dia basuh pinggan, dia kemas rumah, dia say Assalamualaikum Ibu Walid, dan kita bangga. Okay. Berapa orang dari kita yang bangga kalau ada dua-dua? Okay. Tapi berapa orang daripada kita yang bila kita jumpa dengan kawan kita, kita akan tanya, kita akan cakap pasal academic achievement dulu ke, atau kita akan cerita anak saya kat rumah basuh pinggan? Tak ada kan? So I think that's the reason why kenapa sistem pendidikan kita lost its plot. Sebab mereka tengok akademik. Betul kita kata knowledge skill. Sebenarnya kalau ikut kajian falsafah, manusia ni untuk berjaya ada dua critical skills yang dia kena ada. Satu, kebolehan membaca dalam apa-apa language yang dia ada, dan satu, kebolehan mengira. Yang lain is about disposition of learning. It's about kehendak. The fact macam Encik Haziq katakan ni, orang yang pergi kepada your channel, dia dah ada that disposition of learning. And kalau kita tengok lagi hidup kajian kita kan, kita yang berada di sini, kenapa kita masih lagi tidak mahu, kita mahu belajar, bila kita pergi ke sekolah, ada something yang kita nak ke sekolah, it goes back to one simple fact. Mesti ada cikgu yang dekat sekolah itu yang kita suka. Betul tak? So the reality is, kita cerita pasal breeding, developing kids yang ada knowledge, ada skill semua. The reality in the school is sebenarnya cikgu-cikgu kita need help. Kita cerita pasal dual language program. Siapa pernah dengar dual language program? Okay. Kita dengar cikgu kena ajar English dengan matematik dalam bahasa Inggeris. It goes back to this data. Bila kita nak implement tu, kita tanya tak, cikgu kita ni dia punya bahasa Inggeris level dia banyak mana? Kan? Untuk membuat pelajar yang lahir, the student will only be as good as how the teacher teach. If the student tak ada disposition for learning. And in fact, the disposition for learning pun is sebab cikgu yang kena buat. Bila kita cerita pasal guru-guru kena, kita melihat potensi anak-anak. Sebenarnya untuk melihat potensi anak-anak, cikgu-cikgu ni kena ada satu skill, ada dua skill yang sangat-sangat important. Satu, they call it differentiation atau pembezaan. Iaitu bila dia tengok anak ni, oh anak ini boleh buat ini, anak ni boleh buat ini, anak ni boleh buat ini. Dan yang kedua, dia ada kebolehan untuk melakukan assessment for learning. Menilai untuk pembelajaran. So bila kami, sebenarnya saya dalam program kami saya bukan MOE, kami bekerja sama dengan MOE untuk satu program bagi program sekolah amanah adalah untuk menolong sekolah-sekolah ini supaya guru-gurunya mempunyai keupayaan to create the learning environment that will produce sustainably kids yang menjadilah. Okay? Tak kisahlah menjadi akademik ke atau menjadi sebagainya. And the data shows, okay, ini data saya yang pertama saya keluarkanlah. Untuk setiap sekolah yang kami masuk, guru-guru untuk kedua-dua skill ni, tahap mereka hanya pada 20% ke 30%. Dan you'll be surprised, that this 20%, 30% termasuk sekolah-sekolah seperti Kolej Tengku Kursyah dan Malay College Kuala Kangsar. So the thing is right now, the reality of the school,
Sedikit penjelasan, 20-30% apa?
kita ada penilaian rubrik kompetensi.
Kompetensi, okay.
So kompetensi untuk melakukan pembezaan dan kompetensi untuk melakukan assessment learning. These are basic for potentially to come out with the potential of the kids. It's about 20-30%. As compared to, the thing is, but it's not really tak ada hope. Because after they've gone through the upskilling semua, they can go to 80-90%. So the question right now that we actually do is, kita cerita pasal apa anak-anak kita buat, tapi kita juga kena tengok apa engine which is the teachers itself. And interestingly lah, you cerita, 50 billion ringgit, and Malaysia is among the best in terms of allocation. Consistently, always above 10% of kita punya budget. So, and 80% of that 50 billion itu adalah emoluments kepada guru-guru. So, kalau saya cakap bahasa corporate, ini adalah asset. And kalau kita kata untuk melahirkan anak-anak yang baik, we need to sweat the asset. But do really sweat the teachers enough. I think in this case, really upskill them, monitor them, and rather than criticize, support them. So these are the kind of things that I think the reality yang kita kena tengok. Of course ada banyak lagi reality lah. Tapi to set the tone of this is that we need to do something about pembentukan sokongan guru. Dan saya dah akhirkan sebagai punya 7 minit ni, Doktor, ialah I think kita ada masalah di sistem. Isu-isu seperti Dr. Fadli, kita ada masalah sistemik daripada sistem pendidikan kita. So that's my closure.
Baik, terima kasih kepada semua pendebat. Kita masuk kepada pusingan kedua. Saya menggunakan budi bicara saya untuk mengolah semula bentuk perbincangan ini supaya dia memenuhi matlamat dan ruang. Walaupun kita sudah melakukan pengundian, tadi saya masih memberi ruang untuk sama-sama kita bertingkah. Tetapi ada beberapa perkara yang asasi yang cuba saya bereskan. Saya sebutkan 26 tahun kita berbicara tentang ini. Di sepanjang sekitar setengah jam yang lalu, saya mencari apakah ada benda baru. Saya rasakan tidak. Tuan-tuan, kita bentangkan perkara yang kita pernah sebut di dalam banyak tempat. So let's address the elephant in the room. Gajah yang paling besar, sistem pedagogi, apa sebenarnya hurdles yang kita hadapi dalam konteks pendidikan kita ini. Psikometrik tidak dilaksanakan. Dr. Mastura menyebutkannya tiadanya empathy. Empathy itu dalam bentuk bagaimana yang Dr. OT rasakan perlu. Paradoks agama di dalam kurikulum kita yang dikritik sebagai 10 core subjek itu, agama dan moral antara jam, contact hours yang paling besar. Dan itu polemik yang besar dan sensitif. Saya sebut ini di dalam konteks ini UIA. Maka saya membuka mengambil risiko mengatakan bahawa meniadakan subjek pengajian agama di dalam kurikulum adalah satu tabu yang besar. Politically, kerana itu saya mengatakan kita menjadikan pendidikan ini sebagai komoditi politik. Jadi imbangan kepada kurikulum agama itu adalah moral. But yet we still have 1 and B. Dalam keadaan weightage pemberat yang paling besarnya adalah agama dan moral, kita masih melahirkan masyarakat yang tidak bermoral. It's a waste of public fund to me to perpetuate things which are readily ineffective. Zulhaimi dah tersenyum di situ sebab saya tahu dia ada jawapan. Kemudian Zulhaimi menyebutkan soal pendidikan guru. Zulhaimi, PPPM. PPPM itu akan tamat 2025, 2 tahun lagi. Dan ia bermula untuk tempoh yang panjang. Tahun hadapan KPM akan mengendalikan kurikulum baru. Tetapi kita ingin tahu apakah natijah daripada PPPM itu yang dibelanjakan puluhan juta menggunakan konsultansi McKinsey. Ini adalah elephant syndrome. Dana awam yang telah digunakan begitu banyak, tetapi gagal melahirkan kualiti yang kita semua keempat-empat tuan-tuan kritik 7 minit masing-masing. Saya nak mulakan semula ruang ini kepada Dr. Mastura. 4 minit.
Okay. 4 minit. Okey, sebenarnya isu ni kalau nak dikupas 40 minit pun belum tentu cukup. Okey.
Dr. Ikram akan kawal, loceng masih tetap berbunyi.
Okey, terima kasih. Saya tertarik tadi sebab kita menyebut tentang kebolehan membaca. Okey, Iqra. Kita sebut tentang Iqra. Tapi isunya sekarang, bila kita menyebut tentang Iqra', adakah kita mengajar anak membaca ataupun memupuk minat membaca sehingga anak-anak merasa mereka ada interest tentang ilmu? Itu persoalannya. Kita berlumba-lumba. Berlumba-lumba mengajar anak boleh membaca daripada usia 3 tahun, 4 tahun dan parents proud. Anak saya boleh baca umur 4 tahun without really know. The issue ialah kalau sekiranya anak-anak ini boleh membaca, mengenal. Okay, we talk about mengenal simbol. Simbol itu tidak sesuai untuk kanak-kanak berusia di bawah 7 tahun. The isunya di sini Brother Syed Unawar, isunya di sini ialah kalau kita nak sebut pasal training guru, mereka ni dah guru-guru di Malaysia, mereka ni bagi saya mereka dah ada sijil ikhtisas untuk mereka menjadi guru. Mereka dah belajar macam-macam teori di universiti, di IPG dan sebagainya. Saya nampak di sini ialah isu aplikasi, di mana bila belajar berpusatkan kepada peperiksaan, akhirnya apa yang dibelajar, teori-teori yang dibelajar dalam kelas-kelas di universiti, di institusi pengajian tinggi tidak dapat diaplikasikan dalam konteks realiti. Kita sibuk dengan tak cukup silibus, silibus kita tak standard, maths tak standard, English tak standard dan sebagainya. Kita sebenarnya concern pasal standard, nak level tinggi ataupun ability to apply what they learn, what the students learn into practical daily life. Jadi ini isunya. Sama juga bila kita sebut tentang membaca, umur 3 tahun paksa membaca, ibu bapa bangga anak boleh baca. Without really knowing, mungkin ada dalam kalangan anak-anak ini yang kita nampak bangga umur 4 tahun boleh membaca, menghadapi masalah apa yang kita panggil sebagai sindrom hyperleksia. Jadi yang di luar sana, yang di sini boleh cari, boleh Google apa itu hyperleksia. Masalah kalau anak-anak kita menghadapi sindrom hyperleksia, bermaksud dia baca tapi dia tak faham. Sama betul macam burung kakak tua belajar bercakap, what they don't understand what they are talking about. Itu yang terjadi. We talk about the dalam konteks assessment kita kata knowledge, understanding and application. Bila sebut knowledge semua based on recall, memorize. They don't understand. Tapi tetap score A. Kenapa score A? Sebab our system. You know, they memorize everything. Tapi bila, kalau contoh dalam konteks pendidikan Islam, wala taqrabu zina, hafal semua ayat dengan maksud. Tapi faham ke apa maksud wala taqrabu zina? Kenapa berlaku moral decay yang begitu teruk? Why? Sebab mereka hafal tapi tak boleh apply. Bila tak apply, how are they going to internalize? Dan saya sebenarnya merasa simpati dengan guru-guru di sekolah. Bila saya pergi menyelia pelajar-pelajar kita di sekolah, I mean among our students, kita lihat kepada cara penulisan lesson plan, di situ objective learning outcomes. Di akhir pembelajaran pelajar-pelajar boleh menyebut berapa perkataan. Di akhir pembelajaran pelajar-pelajar boleh menghafal, menunjukkan. Is this what we want? Yang kata pembentukan sahsiahnya di mana? Kenapa ini menjadi garis ukur? And I'm sorry to say, bila saya tanya pada guru-guru di sekolah, macam contoh Nazir datang ke sekolah, I think I have to say this. Siap check. Kat kurikulum ni 1.1.2. Kat mana you tulis dekat buku lesson plan ni? Tak ada ni. So benda ni tak standardized. Is this what we want for education? It's something that we need to think about. We talk about education is about learning outcomes, but we forget about the process. Kalau saya boleh umpamakan, bila kata sebut pasal proses, macam kita menyuruh budak-budak siapkan bermain puzzle. Kalau kita kata kita tengok pada outcomes, dalam masa 10 minit, dalam masa setengah jam kena lengkapkan puzzle. Lepas tu bila dia tak lengkapkan puzzle, kita akan kata kamu dah gagal lengkapkan puzzle. This is if you talk about outcomes. Sedangkan outcomes tu maybe a year, months, years. Tak semestinya there and then. Tapi kalau proses, kalau kita think about proses, walaupun budak ni ataupun kanak-kanak ni dia tak berjaya lengkapkan puzzle, dalam proses dia belajar, ada tak dia waktu dia buat puzzle, apa yang dia belajar? dia belajar tentang bentuk, dia belajar tentang sudut, dia belajar tentang padanan warna, dia belajar tentang macam-macam perkara yang dia boleh belajar. But we don't look at the process. We
Okay.
just think about the outcomes.
Baik, soalan susulan saya, walaupun soalan yang sama saya berikan kepada Dr. Mastura tadi juga kepada semua. Saya minta kerjasama Dr. Ikram selepas ni cukup 4, kita bunyikan 2 kali untuk membantu saya. Apabila Dr. Mastura menyebutkan tadi soal moral, agama, saya bangkitkan satu realiti yang saya selalu bangkitkan dalam banyak forum lain. Saya ambil kerana pentas ini UIA, saya ingin menghayati semangat UIA itu. Kita meletakkan core subjek agama dan moral misalnya. Tetapi masyarakat Jepun yang sedikit core subjek itu, mereka tidak religius, tapi mereka yang paling tinggi moral dan paling tinggi disiplin. What went wrong? Dalam pendidikan sekolah kita tidak melahirkan masyarakat yang berdisiplin seperti Jepun. Mereka tidak mengajar Shinto, Buddha atau apa dalam sistem sekolah mereka. Apa masalah kita sebenarnya, Dr. Oti?
Terima kasih ya. Soalan tu sepatutnya tanya pada tak apa ya, saya cuba jawab ya. Saya pergi kepada sedikit falsafah. Pendidikan adalah untuk memanusiakan, to humanize people, bukan to make them become a doctor or engineer. Akan ada engineer, akan ada doktor. Don't worry. Kita humanizekan semua, akan ada doktor, tapi kita nak selamatkan semua dahulu. Yang dikatakan sebagai empathy itu, kalau dalam konteks praktikalnya, saya suka nak berikan contoh. Contohnya tahap 1 sekolah rendah. Kenapa saya suka sentuh sekolah rendah walaupun saya mengajar untuk bakal guru sekolah menengah? Sebab kalau hancur sekolah rendah, don't talk about sekolah menengah. Okey. Tahap 3, kita boleh buang semua subjek pun tak apa. Kita ajar numeracy, literacy. Mathematics is not about numeracy. Kan? Mathematics is subject matter, tapi we teach them about numeracy dan literacy and semua disiplin social whatever lah untuk 3 tahun pertama. Jadi mereka ada suatu agama tak semesti subjek. Kita kan subjek kan agama. Kita tak semestinya ajak mereka pergi semayang ke ajar apa-apalah, tak semestinya mereka tu perlu disubjekkan agamanya. Tapi kita lebih melihat kepada banyak subjek itu yang saya rasa geram sangat. Saya pening kepala anak saya tanya macam-macam, saya pun tak faham. Okey, terlampau banyak subjek, saya pun tak faham apa benda yang dia belajar di sekolah sekarang ni. Jadi kalau 3 tahun pertama, tahap 1 ataupun 2 tahun pertama, forget about subjek. Kita belajar dia numeracy dan literacy. Kalau mereka pandai membaca di tadika pun, what's wrong? Biar mereka pandai membaca. Tapi we create collaboration, we create fun learning, we create whatever lah. Macam Jepun tadi kan. Tahun 1, mereka tanam satu pokok. Selepas 3 bulan mereka buat report. Tulislah tulisan cakap ayam ke whatever. So mereka respect apa yang mereka dapat walaupun sedikit. Okey, kita pula, saya juga selalu guna perkataan kemaruk. Kita tak boleh jumpa term baru. Jumpa term baru je kita kemaruk dengan term tu. Dulu KBKK, kita kemaruk dengan KBKK. Kita terbersin je KBKK. Sekarang, lepas tu problem based learning. Sekarang ni kita kemaruk dengan STEM. Kita batuk sikit STEM. Sebab kita nak tunjukkan bahawa kita produce sesuatu dalam benda baru kepada sistem kita. Sebenarnya benda tu bukan baru. Benda tu dah ada lama dah. Okey, kadang-kadang bergaduh juga sebab saya orang sains, jadi saya tak nampak benda itu perlu dikecoh-kecohkan. Benda itu benda yang kita hadapi seharian. Berbuallah dengan rakan-rakan kita di luar negara. Cikgu mereka tak tahu STEM pun. Mereka dengarlah STEM somewhere. Kan? Tapi bukan untuk student mereka, bukan untuk tukar bilik sains kepada bilik STEM, guru sains kepada guru STEM, asasi sains kepada asasi STEM. Untuk apa tukar semua itu? Saya pun tak nampak kenapa, tapi kita rasa itu satu kebanggaan. Okey, jadi apa yang kita perlu buat sekarang, contoh TP3, TP1 sampai TP6. Saya cadangkan buat 3 cukuplah. Okey, belum menguasai, sedang menguasai, telah menguasai. Cukuplah tak? Cikgu lah yang aturkan. Tak payah nak hantar report berkali-kali. We are wasting our time. Jadi dari segi praktikalnya saya tak nampak kenapa perlu itu, perkara itu perlu dilakukan. Macam mana kita nak bangkitkan passion untuk mereka belajar, passion untuk mereka membaca, passion untuk mereka menjadi baik, passion untuk mereka menunjukkan mereka untuk jadi lebih baik. Kalau di Australia 85%. Kalau kita kata pasal physical education kan, betul-betul nak cakap kita boleh kata di Australia 85% anak-anak boleh berenang 25 meter. Yang itu dia punya minimum dia. Okey, yang lain tu sebab tinggal di desert yang tak ada kolam renang, tak ada sungai. Kita semua ada, tapi kita, saya ingat 10% pun anak kita tak pandai berenang, sepak jatuh dalam air, tenggelam anak kita. Kan, kita terpaksa belajar ajar berenang pula kan. Kita nak buat tetapi benda tu tak diimplementkan. Saya selalu mencadangkan kita mengurangkan apa yang ada, mengurangkan subject matter tapi menaikkan humanity anak-anak. Dengan naiknya humanity, dengan naiknya passion, sebahagian besar yang kita bincangkan ini, dia akan boleh coverage termasuk guru, whatever lah. Terima kasih.
Haziq, we try to address the elephants in the room. We've been talking about the same thing over and over again. What is the real hurdle in our education system? Haziq?
Mungkin saya nak maksudnya tanya balas sedikit balas pada moderator. So kita debat antara kita kan. Okey. Jadi yang di-highlight tadi adalah moral dengan agama kan sebagai core subject yang nampaknya gagal. Gagal maksudnya membentuk masyarakat beragama, berdisiplin. Okey, kalau macam tu, apa core subject kita di sekolah yang berjaya? Kepada moderator. Jawab.
Sepatutnya numerasi, tapi ada soalan parent yang berkata
jadi kalau
itu pun gagal.
core tu satu tu gagal, jadi nak tahu okey yang lain berjaya lah kot. Berjaya tak? Core subjek yang lain yang berjaya. Kalau ikut macam matematik, sains ke apa ke, tengok makin lama makin jatuh orang nak ambil STEM kan. Kalau lain-lain, maksudnya kalau kita nak jadi borak tadi sepanjang tadi rasa macam semua gagal lah. Kalau semua gagal, maksudnya dia jadi macam satu persoalan lah. Okey. Mungkin dia bukan persoalan agama dan moral tu yang kita highlight, yang kita sepak-sepak kan. So kita banding dengan Jepun dan sebagainya. Mungkin ada something hidden, ada something yang lebih background lagi di belakangnya yang perlu dipersoalkan. Sebab dia adalah satu persoalan yang sama. Macam orang tanyalah kenapa contohnya kerajaan Islam sekarang ni ataupun negara-negara Islam mundur Islam lah penyebab dia. So ini adalah kebanyakan atheist punya argument lah. Sebab dia tengok sekarang banyak mundur. So dia orang ni semua agama Islam, so Islam penyebab dia. Tapi kalau kita panjangkan sedikit konteks ataupun background, kita akan nampak tak. Dia orang maju, dia orang maksudnya dia orang adalah penguasa dunia disebabkan oleh agama. Tapi at some point it becomes not like that. Antara kebanyakannya biasanya dipersalahkan adalah post-colonialism. Disebabkan penjajahan. Jadi kalau itu puncanya, maksudnya kita punya remedy, maksudnya cara kita pandang kepada subjek, mungkin orang kata, okey, kalau masyarakat kita teruk, kita kena banyakkan lagi, maksudnya agama dan moral. So itu maksudnya kapal tengah bocor, kita bukan cari tambah perabot baru ke apa, dia kena banyakkan lagi tutup lubang-lubang kapal tersebut. Jadi itu mungkin yang kita nampak pada agama dan moral. Tapi satu persoalan yang lebih mendasar yang saya persoalkan dari tadi adalah kayu ukur yang mana yang kita guna untuk membandingkan antara sistem ini dengan sistem itu. Yang ini lebih baik daripada yang itu. Jadi contohnya sekarang ni kita boleh kata bahawa agama, contohnya agama, orang yang tak beragama ni hakikatnya diorang beragama. Diorang mengambil nilai-nilai agama sebelumnya. Apa yang diorang buat adalah diorang mengguna pakai, diorang tak sedar pun bahawa itu adalah jenama agama, tapi hakikatnya adalah ia semakin tempang, makin lama makin tempang sebab agama ni dia mengukuhkan pandangan sekular liberal ni dia akan mengubah. So itu kita tengok pada LGBT dan sebagainya, maksudnya nilai-nilai asas kemanusiaan tu makin lama makin dibuang. So that's how I would argue, maksudnya yang kata bahawa agama ni ataupun agama moral ni adalah sebagai satu subjek yang bermasalah, yang perlu disepak-sepak, dibelasah. Maksudnya kita kena ada satu pandangan konteks yang lebih besar, yang lebih maksudnya yang ada background yang lebih nuance sedikit.
Cuba menjawab apa yang Haziq timbulkan juga Zulhaimi, kerana Zulhaimi ada hard data on the ground. You mentioned that we consistently spending the biggest chunk of our budget for education, but when it comes to quality-wise, the data shows that we are within the range of beberapa negara yang disebutkan. Saya tak perlu sebutkan ini. Meaning, kritik mengatakan petunjuk itu sebenarnya ada, tetapi ia tidak diwar-warkan, ia tidak dikongsikan untuk awam berhujah tentangnya. Zulhaimi.
Okey. Sebenarnya saya untuk setiap daripada pandangan tadi semua sangat menarik. Kalau saya diberi lebih sikit daripada 4 minit, saya nak ulas sikit lah. Sebab kita cerita pasal realiti di sekolah. Because memang betul apa salahnya. So saya sum up kan, isu ialah sebenarnya kita ada masalah kelompangan kemahiran di kalangan guru kita di sekolah. Kemahiran macam mana? Kemahiran mewujudkan experiential learning. Buku, it's experiential learning. What you talk about, melukis, I really want to relate to macam mana melukis yang apa bendera Selangor yang bendera Malaysia yang 13 tu memang tak senang. But it's about experiential learning. Sebenarnya, to be fair pada MOE, dia orang dah tahu apa masalah dia. Masalah ia adalah perlunya perubahan kepada cara mengajar. Okay?
Pedagogi lah.
Pedagogi. Tapi kita punya sekolah was so institutionalized in the back always, okay, dan tidak melihat ke depan. Guru-guru yang dilatih daripada keluaran, diorang ni datang macam penuh dengan inspirasi, semangat. But the reality bila dia masuk sekolah, ada guru-guru senior kata, engkau penat-penat buat macam mana? Apa guna? Because nanti gaji kau dapat juga. Kan? So tak payahlah buat macam ni je. Saya nak share satu data yang sangat menyedihkan saya apabila, because dalam program kami, bila kami buat, everything mesti ada baseline. You start sebab nanti kita nak ukur sama ada kita berjaya atau tidak berjaya. So salah satu daripada saya dapat, bila report yang saya dapat daripada tim saya bila mereka pergi ke sekolah di Perlis, yang mana kita ada program dengan murid-murid sekolah-sekolah yang majoriti adalah anak asnaf. Dalam salah satu, kadang-kadang bila saya baca ni saya rasa agak sebab sikit, tapi kadang-kadang emosional juga kerja saya ni. Salah satu daripada dapatan ialah guru-guru bila dia masuk, dia memang dah label anak-anak asnaf ni tidak ada potensi. Okay, itu agak biasa sebenarnya kan, bila saya pergi mana-mana. Kita pun bekerja dengan, selain daripada sekolah yang high performing school, kita pun kerja dengan rural school. Tapi pada masa yang sama, budak-budak ni tulis, saya hendak pergi ke sekolah kerana saya ingin belajar sesuatu. So bila saya tengok tu, saya rasa macam we are cheating the kids. Tapi kenapa guru bertindak begitu? Sebab bila kita tengok, pertamanya dia dah mewarisi culture daripada sekolah tersebut. Okay. So yang kedua, tidak ada satu intervensi yang boleh membuat tukar culture tersebut. So the thing is, dalam program kami, program Sekolah Amanah, kita nak tukar culture tu, and it has to take the whole school. And to be fair, kementerian nampak apa yang menjadi dan mereka come up with the TS25. Cuma, it goes to masalah ialah implementasi. Sebab, kalau saya boleh ambil sedikit masa ya doktor, sistem sekarang ni, dia lebih suka menilai input daripada menilai output. And the thing is, nobody is held accountable for the output. Okay? Contoh, mereka buat TS25, buat TS25. Bila mereka kena buat rancangan pengajian harian, mereka kena buat rancangan pengajian. Tapi kenapa kena buat rancangan pengajian harian tu, dia tak faham roh dia. Sebab saya, to be honest, pada saya lah, sebab saya melihat proses tu, kena ada rancangan pengajian harian tu, tapi tak perlulah dibuat tiap-tiap hari kena buat RPH, because ada proses yang boleh efisien lagi buat. Tapi setiap cikgu bila masuk, dia kena masuk dengan sekolah apa dia nak ajar budak-budak ni. Dia kena tahu macam mana dia nak tahu budak-budak ni faham apa dia ajar. Dia kena tahu macam mana cara dia nak mengajar dan macam mana dia nak create the experiential learning. Because that experiential learning not only talk about the subject, it talks about responsibility. Bila dia bekerja berbulan, responsibility. Dan jadikan agama sekolah Islam ke semua apa. Tapi kalau tengok balik semula, penekanan kepada pembangunan modal-modal insan adalah kurang. And I have to say that I am a big proponent that humanity come first. Knowledge will come after that. Rasulullah membentuk umat dia dengan kekuatan pribadi, maka dengan itu keluarnya knowledge creator. So bila kita tengok silibus sekarang ni, we are very very happy to become a knowledge consumer. Put more knowledge, put more knowledge. But we should be developing kids yang knowledge creator, which goes back to disposition for learning. I am datang sini, I am very humbled with all the knowledge that you actually have come to me. Because saya minta maaf, saya guna phone sebab bukannya saya ber-WhatsApp. Tapi saya dapat all the data, all the information that was actually being given for me to melihat. The bigger issue here is about, I think kita dah lost the plot about what we need to come out from our kids. Okay, we got lost the plot about the process. Macam-macam apa yang I think Dr. Oti cakap tadi. Kenapa memang cikgu dia kata, oh dia buat RPH, I done the RPH. Dia tak faham what that thing is for. Macam contohnya bila kita program-program yang dijalankan, program RIMAP, dia kata rancangan integrasi punya. Oh dah buat, okey, ada pertandingan pakaian beragam, tick. Tapi budak faham tak kenapa perlunya ada that unity program. So that becomes kayu ukur. So I guess it's about building, the answer to this is like we need to find a system to build accountability for the input being given. I think kalau paling baik sekali kalau kita nak, I think pada saya lah, the best way is like you need to, somebody need to, I mean even minister have to look at dia punya KPI, balik semula on kemenjadian murid.
Yep.
Okay.
That was my question. Kemenjadian murid, how do we gauge?
Yeah.
Itu akan ada pusingannya. Now coming into our, Dr. Mas macam nak menjawab, pusingan 2 sudah habis. Kita masuk ke pusingan ketiga.
Yes,
and the third round is Q&A. I would like to give this opportunity to audience on the floor. We provide 2 microphones on both aisles. Silakan. Dan sebelum itu, I would like to read out Syamsul Amri's comment. Syamsul Amri Abdul Razak. My suggestion at the end of the session, let's agree on 3 quick wins. I tend to agree. Let's agree on 3 quick wins and display on the screen so that all can see and show support. Else it may become another academic session. Jazakallah. Terima kasih banyak Syamsul Amri. And please keep those questions coming in. Silakan. Saya berikan ruang ini. Tolong perkenalkan. Ya.
Testing. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Nama saya Mutmainah binti Mazlan, alumni UIA, dan sekarang ni saya merupakan seorang guru lah di sekolah menengah. Jadi bagi saya perbincangan ni sangat membumi lah, sebab perbincangan tentang transformasi sekolah 2025 dan perbincangan tentang RPH dan TP1, TP2, dan benda tu sangat dekat kepada saya sebagai seorang guru sekolah menengah. Dan apabila perkara-perkara itu dikritik oleh panel-panel kan, saya faham kritikan-kritikan tersebut, dan apabila ramai orang cakap RPH itu sangat mengarut dan sebagainya lah. Tetapi bagi kami sebagai seorang guru, nak tak nak kami perlu mengikut apa yang telah ditetapkan oleh Kementerian Pendidikan Malaysia, kerana benda itu akan diaudit, akan dilihat oleh nazir-nazir yang datang melawat sekolah. Jadi persoalannya, sebagai seorang guru yang perlu mengikut sistem yang telah ditetapkan oleh KPM, apakah perubahan yang boleh kami lakukan untuk membaiki ataupun membaikkan, ataupun orang cakap macam menyelesaikan isu-isu yang telah diperbincangkan di hadapan. Sebab kita boleh bincang, oh macam ni tak betul, yang tu tak betul. Tapi bagi kami yang perlu mengikut sistem, apa yang perlu kami lakukan?
Okay.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Mutmainah. Silakan, saya berikan ruang lagi, kita kumpul dahulu. Jemput, silakan. Seperti biasa, sisters akan menguasai ruang bertanya soalan. Agaknya lah Tan Sri, saya tak pastilah.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Mira and I'm a faculty member. Mira, yeah. A faculty member in IIUM from ICT faculty. So I think I agree with you, Said Munawar, when you said that there's nothing new. And in fact, I've been looking for some keywords actually from this debate, which is the parents' role. Because system is system. Because system is system. But if parents have no expectations, I don't think we can come up with a good system. So all this while, I think I learned from how Henry Ford, when he asked the customer, what do you want? And the customer said, I want a faster horse, but he built car instead. So I think we should build these expectations to the parents that what is a good education means? We've been talking about that the parents do focus with the academic, but who training the parents to be parents? Who trained the parents to have expectations? And I've been involved with all these NGOs that actually helping the parents to have these right expectations. You cannot just send the kids to school and turn out to be engineers. You cannot just send the kids to school and suddenly have interest to learn. Just to answer your questions earlier, Dr. Mastura, whether my kids actually love going to school every day, yes. Because from every morning, I brainwash them, school will be fun today. School will be fun today. And I'm not asking good grade, I'm asking have fun at school, have fun at school. So that is what school is to have fun. But how many of our colleagues or parents or teachers actually start the day with have fun at school? So I think this is one of the things that I would like to highlight. And
and the passion to teach. Who teach the teachers to have passion in teaching? We are expecting the students to have passions in learning, but who teach the teachers to have passion in teaching? And we always put that aside. You cannot give something that you don't have. You cannot teach students to learn excitedly if the teacher doesn't feel that excited to teach. So I think these are the two things that perhaps we can have actions on, because we are Edu-Action. So I think the actions on the parents and the actions on the teachers itself. Thank you.
Terima kasih banyak Mira. Parents' perspective, Mutmainah teachers' perspective. I would like to combine these two questions. We also have online questions from Aniza Abu Bakar. Soalannya, boleh tak panelis juga mengupas bagaimana kita nak membentuk pelajar berakhlak mulia, dan juga Adli. Adli is sharing his or her experience on the ground. He says, year 1 students are still struggling with skills like reading and numeracy. So how can they go through the year 1 syllabus with 10 subjects? So despite we have good curriculum, we also have some students who are still struggling with basic skills like numeracy and literacy. Jadi kita ada 4 soalan serangkai, soal akhlak, soal masih ada keciciran, soal perspektif guru dan soal perspektif ibu bapa. Saya nak mula beri ruang ini, Haziq angkat tangan. Ini pentas demokrasi. We vote for Haziq, silakan.
Jadi bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Berkenaan dengan soalan tadi itulah, iaitu apa maksudnya peranan ibu bapa juga untuk mengajar anak-anak. Maksudnya sekolah ni dia tak boleh habis dekat sekolah. Dia kena bila anak-anak dia keluar daripada sekolah tu, itu juga adalah sekolah bagi mereka. Mereka melihat masyarakat, itu juga adalah sekolah bagi mereka. Dan ada satu polemik baru-baru ni yang saya terlibat jugalah, iaitu polemik berkenaan dengan silibus darjah 1, iaitu maksudnya silibus matematik darjah 1. Dan saya mungkin menongkah arus ketika itu sebab saya menyokong silibus tersebut yang dianggap sebagai susah lah. Yang dianggap sebagai apa benda lah ngajar matematik, apa nama nombor, duk pusing sana pusing sini. Tiba-tiba saya buat satu video untuk terangkan bahawa sebenarnya ada logik dan ada rasionalnya. Video tersebut dapat reach dan dapat respon yang sangat-sangat baiklah daripada masyarakat, terutama sekali ibu bapa, mak ayah dok tag ayah ni penjelasan. So maksudnya itu adalah satu perkara yang kita lihat. Apa yang perlu dilakukan sekarang adalah kita kena ada satu journalism ilmu yang di luar daripada sekolah. Mak ayah dia orang perlukan, dia orang perlu maksudnya penjelasan, dia orang nak dengar kenapa buat macam ni, tapi tak sampai kepada mereka dari segi rasionalnya. Sebab yang sampai kepada mereka adalah kritikan demi kritikan, sistem. Sedangkan ilmu yang sebab saya sangat-sangat setuju dan suka sangat dengan silibus baru ni, sebab dia memang mengubah nilai terhadap matematik, nilai terhadap nombor, dan ini yang sebenarnya kurang diketengahkan kepada ibu bapa. Dalam rangka sebenarnya ibu bapa selama ni ditarbiah bahawa anak-anak dia orang kena berjaya, dia orang adalah periksa A. Tapi sekarang diubah silibus tersebut dan diberikan satu nilai baru dalam rangka dah tak ada peperiksaan. Jadi bagi saya ini mungkin satu fresh approach yang saya sokong. Saya memang bukan langsung dalam sistem KPM ke apa ke, tapi I see and I reflect and I very very support maksudnya the new approach, dan yang perlu diperkenalkan, dia perlu ajar kepada mak ayah apa sebenarnya yang nak dicapai, dan ini yang perlu dilakukan. Terutama sekali saya seru kepada universiti, saya seru kepada maksudnya institut pengajian. Korang student universiti, mahasiswa ni tak boleh geng-geng yang paling membawang sekali dekat media sosial, dekat Twitter benda budak student UIA kan, kadang-kadang pun benda ditulis ni kan. Sepatutnya anda adalah maksudnya duta-duta ilmu yang membantu mencerahkan kepada masyarakat. Kalau kita tak mampu, kerajaan nak lantik influencer, 40 influencer baru ke apa, kena bayar pula dia orang. Anda adalah influencer ilmu setiap mahasiswa. Terima kasih.
Ya. Wow, sudah mula mengangkat tangan masing-masing ini. Tidak ada pengundian Dr. Oti ya, tapi silakan.
Ya, terima kasih. Saya nak respon kepada guru yang bertanya mereka berada dalam sistem, jadi mereka terpaksa ikut sistem. Sistem tu bukan makhluk ya. Kalau kita diberikan arahan oleh pengetua pun di bawah tu ada arahan-arahan dari masa ke semasa yang diperlukan. Bermakna kelonggaran tetap ada. Tinggal lagi anda telah berada dalam satu situasi yang menyebabkan anda terpaksa mengikut, sedangkan anda tidak perlu pun mengikut. orang memberi, anda terus menerima tanpa soal. Jadi dia akan jadi satu budaya di kalangan guru. Tidak boleh, kita tak mahu melahirkan orang yang sentiasa membangkang, tidak. Tetapi ada perkara yang logik pun kadang-kadang guru tak nak berani nak utarakan. Jadi akhirnya dia katakan kenapa kami kena buat kerana itu sistem. Not necessarily. Ada guru-guru, ada sekolah yang saya rasa dia boleh mencuri ruang-ruang autonomi untuk dia gunakan dan juga dia mempersoalkan untuk kebaikan. Jadi kena ada sedikit keberanian. Jangan terlalu mengikut arahan. Contohnya RPH yang turun daripada atas 3 aspek saja, tetapi sampai ke bawah 15 aspek. Okey, sama juga macam Haziq sebut tadi. Matematik tu bagus, tetapi kalau bukunya banyak, silibusnya banyak, benda yang bagus pun jadi kelam. Kan? Kalau kita ada satu udang galah, fine. Tapi udang galah ada apa lagi? Macam-macam makanan ada. Lama-lama kita tak boleh nak appreciate benda yang baik kerana terlalu banyak. Jadi isu sekarang pada saya terlalu banyak. It's not impractical. Benda baik impractical kalau terlalu banyak. Tak percaya tanya orang kahwin 4. Tak praktikal kahwin 4 kan, pening kepala, tak boleh tidur pun. Compare yang kahwin 1 kan. Jadi benda tu kalau terlalu banyak, is impractical. Jadi lebih baik kita bagi sedikit demi sedikit sesuai dengan tahap seperti yang Dr. Mastullah katakan tadi. Apa lagi ya? Saya rasa itu ya sentuhan saya yang terakhir. Guru kena ada sedikit, bukan keberanian untuk menentang, tapi keberanian untuk menyatakan this is our authority, this is our territory, classroom is our territory. Nak tengok tak ada masalah, but come with help. Bukan datang untuk tengok fail. Kadang-kadang ada cikgu kecil hati kenapa? Kerana failnya tak tersusun cantik, sedangkan dia betul-betul selumus untuk mengajar, compare dengan guru yang pandai bermain di sebalik kata-kata dan juga perkara-perkara yang kita kata tak praktikal untuk. Okey ya, so tahniah kepada guru yang bertanya, anda berani, teruskan keberanian itu untuk bertanya lagi dan saya rasa tak ada masalah. Jadikan dia sebagai riddle supaya semua guru boleh bercakap untuk kebaikan. For what? Nothing. Tak ada masalah. Pun kan tak ada masalah untuk kita menyatakan kalau benda tu perkara yang baik. RPH umpamanya bukan perkara pada saya wajib pun. 15 tahun mengajar, what the hell on earth you nak kena tulis RPH? 20 tahun mengajar, what the hell on earth you nak tulis semua? Tak payah. Jadi je yang paling best ajar Isnin sampai Khamis, hari Jumaat buat RPH. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya. Antara Zulhaimi angkat tangan, Dr. Mas. Nampaknya Zulhaimi. Tapi Zulhaimi ada tak apa, dia angkat tangan, saya beri dia. Tetapi ada tambahan sedikit sesuai dengan LIP Act. Suhaili Iksan dia tanya apa peranan kami pihak swasta untuk membantu KPM menangani anak-anak yang tidak boleh menyesuaikan diri dalam sistem pendidikan arus perdana. Saya kira sesuai untuk ditangani serentak oleh Zulhaimi.
Okey, terima kasih. Saya nak jawab soalan satu dulu.
Itulah. Itulah cabarannya. Terlalu banyak subjek core.
Pertamanya macam saya nak echo apa yang Dr. Oti cakap. Sebenarnya saya agak berbeza sikit pendapat tentang RPH, tapi nanti kita debate belakang lain. Tapi macam saya kata tadi, sebagai cikgu yang berada di dalam sistem, you must realize before, kita ni kadang-kadang kita terlampau taksub dengan form over substance. As a teacher, your role is about mendidik anak-anak. Okay? So bila ada kementerian datang with dengan all this arahan, to be fair, they have done their punya own research. But your role is to actually see how does this new thing, whatever they introduce, will help you dalam melaksanakan amanah you kepada anak-anak. That is important. Because honestly, kenapa RPH jadi tak efisien? Because setiap cikgu, dia buat satu RPH dia bersendirian. Lepas tu kalau ada 30 kelas, 30 RPH. Tapi sebenarnya perlu RPH ni boleh dibuat bersama-sama. Sebab saya cakap kenapa perlu ada RPH is because kita kena plan. Because pendidikan ni, because unless you become a super teacher yang macam dulu isteri saya pun seorang cikgu, dia kata dulu masa mula-mula dia buat ni, sekarang dia masuk dia dah tahu apa dia nak buat. But still berpaksikan kepada RPH. So jadi cikgu yang berada dalam sistem is like, I think you need to shape what is it that you want to actually do in class. And then look at whatever benda yang disuruh tu, adakah dia membantu atau dia tidak membantu. Kalau dia tidak membantu, itu kita kena tengok apa saluran untuk mengatakan bahawa sesungguhnya ini tidak perlulah. That's the feedback to them, kepada sistem tentang benda tu boleh berjalan, benda tu tak boleh jalan. Because ada juga banyak inisiatif yang dibuat oleh KPM yang selepas beberapa tahun dia mati dengan sendiri sebab dia tak ada ni. Dan saya juga nak mengulas sikit pasal Haziq ya, pasal pembelajaran di luar sekolah. Sebab kenapa tidak apa yang Haziq buat dibuat di dalam sekolah? Sebab I think that's what pendidikan is all about. Kan? Pendidikan di luar buku teks juga patut berlaku di dalam sekolah. Sebab di isu right now dengan budak-budak, kenapa dia rasa sekolah tak menyeronokkan, is like, lepas pergi sekolah, hantar anak pergi tuition. And I used to be one of the person who is guilty of this lah. Used to be in my old life. So I think peranan kita sebagai ibu bapa, kalau saya boleh rangkumkan, ialah melihat kepada anak kita sebagai individual yang mempunyai potensi yang berbeza-beza, dan kita juga perlu menimba ilmu, kita kena ada that disposition for learning on bagaimana nak menangani anak-anak kita yang berbeza perangai. Okay, DNA datang daripada saya, daripada kita sebagai suami isteri. Tapi kita tak tahu DNA mana. Kadang-kadang dia banyak ikut mak. Macam anak-anak saya, alhamdulillah dia tak ikut saya sebab saya very inner. Kan? Dia lebih tengok pada mak, wife saya yang lebih tengok pada big picture. Tapi benda-benda macam ni adalah benda yang kita as a parents need to actually, kita mungkin ada disposition for learning. Okay. Kita mungkin ada kehendak untuk belajar tu. I subscribe to your channel because saya ada disposition for learning. Sebab saya nak tahu apa yang benda menarik untuk pelajar-pelajar kita. So that is my answer lah. So sebab I think Prof, sorry Prof, saya take your time.
Sila Prof.
Okay. Alright. So many things to discuss, so many issues to highlight. Okay. Actually banyak perkara di sini sebenarnya. Pertama, kalau saya boleh, dalam konteks pendidikan ni, benda paling asas, we should not compare between children. Kita boleh compare antara budak tu diri dia before and after. Not between this child and this child. We talk about individual differences. We talk about different intelligence. Tapi kita keep on comparing. Ada nombor 1, nombor 2, nombor 3, nombor 4, nombor 5 sampai nombor berapa dalam kelas. And yet, you are telling them you are not able to do this, you are not able to do that. So bila isu comparing ni berlaku, macam mana kanak-kanak in terms of dia punya disposition to learn tu nak ada? Sedangkan when you talk about disposition to learn, minat kepada learning tu dia bergantung kepada the approaches that used by the teachers, the approaches used by the parents, the approaches used by the schools. Then only the disposition to learn will come. And then sebab dia back kepada yang daripada awal tadi. Either it is developmentally based, developmentally appropriate practices, or subject-based learning. Kalau subject-based learning, kita akan ajar tanpa ambil kira level of understanding. Dan kalau ikut pandangan Ibn Khaldun, bila sebut tentang level of understanding, kalau di Malaysia ni saya rasa di mana-mana institusi pendidikan dia akan mengajar tentang Piaget's theory of cognitive development, ada 4 stages. The issue is that when you learn that in any institution, how you implement that in school. So in many situations disebabkan kita belajar tu hafal. Sometimes bila hafal tak faham pun. Dan at the same time, kalau you refer kepada buku Ibn Khaldun dalam Al-Muqaddimah, he also talk about the level of understanding. Mengajar sesuatu tu kena based on children's punya understanding. So isu membaca, menulis dan sebagainya. How you know that children at the age of between 0 to 7 years old, they don't understand about abstract. And then bila you mengajar maths, contohnya kat sekolah, you ajar symbol. They don't understand symbol. Symbol is for children above 7 years old. So there are many things, many approaches, many things that we need to refer to. The same thing bila kita cakap pasal akhlak, nak mengajar akhlak, kita gunakan istilah-istilah yang kanak-kanak tak faham. Dia ada istilah, ada perkataan-perkataan yang kita guna, but in many situations children they don't understand because the level of understanding. Contoh, kita nak ajar pasal very simple, taharah. Kita kata bab bersuci. Kita sebut perkataan taharah, bersuci. Okey? Ajar budak-budak 5 tahun pasal bersuci, then what are the terms that you are using that? Okay, kalau dia tak faham tentang istilah yang digunakan, dia will never be able to understand and internalize what they learn. The issue here is issue that related to internalizing. Begitu juga perkataan akhlak, in terms akhlak tu sendiri. Bila kita sebut pasal akhlak, yang bawa kepada disposition to learn. Perkataan kita selalu menggunakan perkataan yang kita rasa budak akan faham, while actually they don't understand. Even kalau kita cakap pasal emotion sekalipun, kita cakap pasal sedih. What is the meaning of sedih? Because this is very abstract. Dan dalam Islam pun kalau kita tengok, kenapa solat tu disuruh ajar kepada kanak-kanak bila dah umur 7 tahun? Sebab solat tu sendiri benda yang abstrak. Yang dia nampak tu rutin, parents dia solat apa semua tu, itu adalah tanggungjawab orang yang mukallaf. Orang yang dah wajib untuk dia solat. Tapi anak-anak ni diajar 3 tahun lamanya baru boleh dibenarkan untuk pukul 3 tahun, 3 years. Meaning to say that, to understand these things which is abstract needs time. Saya rasa benda ni dia inline. Dia sama je. Kalau you baca Ibn Khaldun punya teori ke, you refer kepada Piaget theory, you refer kepada whatever theories, it's in line. But the issue here is that the practices, whether we refer to that, how you internalize. Dia berbalik kepada persoalan saya tadi pada awal. Bila kita lakukan sesuatu, adakah pelajar-pelajar kita ajar perkara, tapi adakah dia faham? To what extent? Whether they understand or not. Dia, bila kita sebut pasal kognitif punya level tu, cognitive stages tu yang bawah sekali is just to recall. Recall, tapi tanya balik, faham tak apa yang you belajar ni? Tak tahu. Kenapa? Sebab perkataan abstract, tak ikut level. So this is where Ibn Khaldun cakap, we need to teach children according to their level of understanding. Okay? And then kalau dalam hadis pun ada disebutkan khatibun nas ala qadri uqulihim, berbicara dengan manusia mengikut kadar kemampuan akalnya. Dan dalam teori barat kita sebut tentang developmentally appropriate practices. Tapi to what extent that we are using this approach, to what extent that we internalize this information. Kadang-kadang istilah yang digunakan dalam buku teks dan sebagainya. Another issues pasal buku teks. Bila kita mengajar gunakan buku teks, which is not really something yang relate dengan kita punya persekitaran, benda yang maujud, benda yang abstract dan sebagainya, without students understand. So many things actually. Itulah sebenarnya 4 minit tu tak cukup.
Ya, betul. Tidak mungkin akan cukup. Tetapi itu cabarannya untuk kita merumuskan sesi ini. Sesi berikutnya adalah berkaitan tentang pendidikan tinggi. I would like to give 2 minutes each. Because I would like to echo and get back to siapa tadi? Syamsul Amri kah? Let's not make this becoming another academic pandemonium. Supaya ada result dan kita akan meletakkan itu di atas bahu penganjur. Saya berikan 2 minit, setiap seorang menyatakan what should be the quick win to be implemented out of this debate dalam tempoh 2 minit. Setiap seorang satu quick win. Saya nak mula dengan Zulhaimi dahulu.
I think I'm not so sure whether it's going to be quick, but I think I'm more towards getting like what will be creating the best impact. Sebab I think to be fair, I think we dah banyak sangat quick wins yang kita jumpa. Kita all the low hanging fruits kita dah.
Terma yang dikritik Dr. Oti.
Low hanging fruits
kemaruk dengan istilah.
Low hanging fruits dah tak ada dah sebenarnya. I think we have to go to the core issues. Pada saya 2 things that needs to be done immediately. Is satu, to really baseline kita punya teachers capability, sekolah kita punya capability. Maybe sorry, not teachers, because we are talking about implementation kan. Our school punya capability in creating the environment for the kids to learn, which includes teachers punya skill. That's number 1. And number 2 is to create an accountability system whereby ministry has to report on whatever keberkesanan, the baseline versus apa program yang dia dah buat. Because to be fair, some of this input is good, but because the organisation is so big, orang yang membuat dengan orang yang mereport adalah 2 orang yang berbeza. So itu accountability and
accountability dan juga quality guru.
Quality guru
Haziq,
sekolah.
2 minit.
Okey, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Jadi tesis yang saya nak bawa, yang saya bentangkan sebentar tadi adalah pertama sekali dalam kita membincangkan tentang sistem dan kita selalu pergaduhkan, kita dapati bahawa kita tak tahu sistem mana yang terbaik sebab kan ada banyak masalah kayu ukur, kita nak gunakan standard yang mana satu, dan ada banyak masalah paradoks. Rasanya benda yang kita anggap paling buruk dalam sistem itulah yang melahirkan ikon ilmu yang paling bersinar dalam sejarah. Jadi apa yang saya nak bawa dan apa yang saya nak anjurkan adalah supaya maksudnya perbincangan tentang sistem ni, ya betul, kita kena bincang, kita kena betulkan, tapi pastikan dia tidak terlalu melimpah membanjiri apa yang masyarakat pandang terhadap sistem sekolah, terhadap persekolahan. Sistem buruk itu ini, apa yang perlu bocor, apa yang perlu maksudnya sampai kepada mereka adalah tentang nilai ilmu yang sepatutnya diajarkan dalam falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. Itu yang mereka kena diterangkan, itu yang perlu sampai kepada kita supaya kita mendapat input positif daripada sekolah. Sekolah ni dia bukan tamat, dia bukan satu gelembung, dia bukan satu buih yang duduk antara dengan dia je, universiti bersama. Masyarakat perlu ditarbiah, dididik juga, dan mereka perlu terus diajar oleh sistem-sistem ataupun institusi-institusi ini.
Dr. Oti.
Okey, terima kasih. Saya ambil peluang ni untuk memberikan pandangan kepada KPM supaya bekerja jangan dalam konteks silo. Setiap department keluarkan macam-macam idea, dan inilah masanya untuk mereka bersama. Kalau mereka minta guru integrasikan subjek dalam kelas, mereka perlu mengintegrasikan kerja mereka, sebab akhir nanti pergi pada guru juga. Kemudian saya nak cadangkan bahawa kita slash lah mana-mana yang rambu-ramba, ropol-ropol yang hanya sedap disebut dalam ucapan tetapi tidak praktikal di sekolah. Buang semua benda rambu-ramba tu. Kita pergi to the basic saja. Guru tahu apa yang mereka perlu lakukan. Dan yang ketiga, bila kita cakap pasal sistem, cakap pasal arus perdana. Bukan cakap pasal sekelompok pelajar yang kita anggap boleh maju, tetapi cakap pasal arus perdana. Ada kanak-kanak yang tidak ada peluang untuk maju, dan mereka ini satu masa besok mungkin jadi orang yang akan memudahkan kita juga. Okey, itu saja. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Prof.
Okey, 2 minit Okey, number 1, teach children based on their level of understanding. So, semua orang belajar. Saya rasa semua belajar. Cikgu-cikgu belajar. You all belajar pedagogi, you all belajar education psychology, you belajar semua. Tapi to what extent that you apply that? In many situations, ramai yang kata because the syllabus tu banyak sangat. Yes, maybe we need to revise. Sebab at the end of the day, boleh ke student yang ambil sampai 12 subjek tu, okay, 15 subjects whatever, dia akan apply semua benda dalam India practical daily life. The issue here is that we tend to ask students to memorize things without understanding. Bila anak-anak ni, okay, even cikgu pun dipaksa lakukan sesuatu benda terlalu banyak dalam satu masa, then they can't focus. Actually, we wouldn't achieve anything. I think that's all.
Yeah. We have to also bear in mind that this is the first session pertaining to the school education. And this will be the baseline, Zul. This is the baseline prior to the next subsequent session which deals with tertiary education. Over there is whether ranking, not ranking, autonomy, non-autonomy, Dr. Oti dah gelak dah kan. Industry driven, is it going to be still development driven atau macam mana when it comes to tertiary education? And there is a tendency that a culture of finger pointing. School system are not providing the right kind of ingredient for the higher education. Jadi dia akan lebih berwarna-warni. Tapi kita akan dengar nanti bersama 4 panelis yang lain. Tuan-tuan, kita berikan tepukan kepada 4 panelis ini yang bersabar, dan 4 pandangan penutup tadi itu mungkin boleh digubah untuk membantu tindak balas lanjut daripada pihak UIA di dalam mengubah Edu-Action debate ini untuk dimaterialisasikan kepada sesuatu bentuk tindakan. Mungkin dalam bentuk lobby. Jarang-jarang kita dengar sebuah IPT cuba melobi. Kerana itu di awal tadi saya menganjurkan kita ucap terima kasih kepada UIA kerana keberanian itu. Blessing in disguise-nya kita dekat nak general election. Hoping that apa saja yang disebut ini ada pihak yang committed. Ini akan jadi manifesto. Dan saya anjurkan kita semua sama-sama tag hashtag GED ya Dr. Zainal. GEAD ni, itu hashtagnya, supaya media sosial kita proliferate dengan menjadikan kandungan ini sebagai manifesto menjelang PRU yang akan datang. Dengan itu saya kembalikan sesi ini kepada Idayu. Terima kasih. Kita akan kembali seketika nanti.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you to Brother Syed Munawar and all our panelists. So that is the end of our first session. For that, I would like to invite our rector, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Zulkifli Abdul Razak, to present our token of appreciation to the panelists. So first, I would like to invite Associate Professor Dr. Masura Bazis. Thank you, Dr. Masura. I would like to invite next Dr. Othman Talib. And please welcome Mr. Muhammad Haziq Abdul Rahim. And please welcome Mr. Zulhalmi Othman. Thank you very much for such a substantial discussion and all who have shared your questions on the floor as well as via YouTube. So ladies and gentlemen, for now we're going to take a break for 5 minutes before we proceed with the next session, second session. Even more, just as interesting, it's very fruitful. So we'll see you in 5 minutes, inshallah. So 5 minutes will be 11:21.
If and when this COVID-19 is over, our world will change and higher education probably will no longer be the same. But there is a need for us to rebuild a future that is more resilient, all right? And what more is the time, this is the opportunity. If based on this excuse of COVID-19, this is an opportunity for higher education to reset the button and probably see how we are functioning as a university and ensure something positive comes out from this. And if we were to reset the button, then higher education must be the one to play a major role to shape post-COVID-19 world, and do so by reshaping higher education itself. Before we decide what kind of university we want, we must decide what kind of society to build. And we need to work with the end in mind. And the third key to transformation of knowledge and mindset change is always been education.
But the first thing is that do we produce a good human being? Because that is what the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. And that's why in our strategic thing, we want to produce a balanced student. Because falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan talk about we want to produce a balanced and harmonious student. And that is the first thing. Certainly when the students are balanced, harmonious, they are employable, they can do 101 things that we are expecting from an educated group. But this is not the case. And therefore, we need to reset. If you ask me how to reset, you go back to the falsafah pendidikan kebangsaan. I mean, there's a good saying in bahasa Melayu, it's a sesat jalan, kita balik ke pangkal jalan. We are now, I think, lost. Ask anybody where are we heading now after post-COVID, I don't think anybody can give an answer. And what does the answer say? Go back and find out where you are. And then again, back to what James was saying, look at your tradition. What is tradition in terms of education? Where is the value? And these are, I think, something that academics must do, something the university must do. I'm very impatient in the sense that our university is only just nodding their heads and not giving answers to the challenges they are facing them. I mean, you're training thousands of minds, and you cannot just squander those minds just because we refuse to say something that would annoy other people, perhaps. And I think that's the duty that we need to do and say, look, we need to change. And everybody is talking about change now except the university. The university is not talking about change at all. Everybody is talking about change. Where is the university? University is for change.
Now, if we want to create a society with knowledge culture, then this will demand two preconditions, and that is freedom from fear and freedom from want. This idea that gaining knowledge is a value-driven goal, and it does not just exist in vacuum or for a very restricted objective. I'd like to make a distinction between education of a human being and universities. Universities basically serve the purpose of providing for the acquisition of knowledge and skills. Education of a human being is much more wider in context than the university. And I actually remember very clearly when I first came to Oxford, one of the famous philosophers was saying,
Respected guests, ladies and gentlemen, it has been 5 minutes. You can please be seated. And we'll begin shortly.
Education for him is much wider than going to a college or a university.
Okay. Jadi nanti masa I just okay. Okay. Okay, brothers and sisters who are among the participants, may I kindly request you to fill in the front rows. So if your seat in front is empty, please stand up and go to the seat in front of you. So we'll begin shortly. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome back to our second session. Ladies and gentlemen, often when anyone, or youth especially, join universities or colleges, one of the things that we or they are often told is to go to quote-unquote prestigious universities. And here's the thing about prestige, when we say that word. The quality of higher education institutions seems to be measured and translated into what is called the university ranking. So what does it mean to go up or down that ranking? And importantly, either way, where are we going with this as humankind, ultimately? I would like to invite our moderator, Brother Said Munawar, and panelists, Professor Dr. Ahmad Murad Merikan, Professor Dr. Ainul Madzia, Associate Professor Dr. Ramza Dambul, and Ms. Prabha Sundram to be on stage to debate the second topic for today, our higher education institutions, core values. It is my pleasure to introduce you to our speakers. We have Professor Dr. Ahmad Murad Merikan. He is professor at the International Institute of Islamic Thought and Civilization. He's professor of social and intellectual history at ISTEC IIUM. He's a senior fellow at the Center for Southeast Asia Research and Hub Search, De La Salle University, Manila, the Philippines. Prof. Ahmad Murad has written some 19 books on media and journalism studies and social and intellectual history. His latest books in 2022 are titled The Avatar of 1786, Decolonizing the Penang Story, Encountering the Western Canon, Other Ways of Knowing Journalism and Media, Another Tanah Air, Passing Through the Malay Archipelago, they are being published by ISTEC IIUM. His works focus on aspects of Malay civilizations, and on the other hand, he is a columnist for the National Daily, the New Straits Times, the Weekly Melaka Hari Ini, and the National Opinion Journal, Dewan Masyarakat. We also have Professor Dr. Ainul Madzia Zubairi. She is a professor at the Kuliah of Education, International Islamic University, Malaysia. She is one of the writers of the Learning Assessment modules for the Higher Education Leadership Academy Malaysia, ARCAPT, as well as the Master Trainer for the Learning Assessment modules for leaders and educators at the Malaysia's higher education institutions. She is a member of the English Language Standards and Quality Assurance Council, ELSQC, and Ministry of Education Malaysia, and member of the Committee of the English Language Higher Education Assessment Malaysia, ELHAEM. We also have Associate Professor Dr. Ramza Dambul, the Chief Executive Officer, Institute for Development Studies, Sabah. He flew all the way from Sabah. Let's also give a hand for him, as well as all of our speakers, definitely. But this kind of dedication, coming here for this debate, is something that we, especially the young people, should reflect upon. From 2019 to 2022, he is the former Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation of Malaysia, Sabah University, UMS. So as an expert in the field of climatology, his service has been extended to the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Technology Malaysia, MOSTI, and the Ministry of Energy, Science, Technology, Environment and Climate Change by holding the position of Deputy Secretary General of the Ministry. And last but definitely not least, we have Ms. Prabha Sundram, Head Education, Malaysia, British Council. She has over 20 years of diverse work experience in the education sector of Malaysia, which includes both practitioner and management roles in schools, special education, TVET, and higher education areas. Together, her team at the British Council contributes to the development of a global academic community by providing international networks and convening platforms to discuss higher education and research, and by facilitating partnerships between the UK and Malaysia higher education institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to inform you that the second session is dedicated to the great educationist Almarhum Tun Arshad Ayub, the first director of the Mara Institute of Technology, ITM, which is now known as UITM. Brother Said Nawar, the floor is yours.
Terima kasih. Terima kasih once again, Idayu. Assalamualaikum and yeah, still morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. This is the second session. We have just finished our first session, and I think the first session has set the baseline for our session. This time around, we're going to be focusing on the tertiary education. There are so many challenges before us with regards to the education at the school. I mentioned about there is a tendency of finger-pointing culture whereby, saying that we are not providing the right kind of ingredients to propel our higher education. That can perhaps maybe be part of the issues that we need to address in our subsequent session. But before we move on any further, let's all give another round of applause to each and every one of our speakers over here. When Idayu was introducing one by one, it was only Dr. Ram got the clapping, so I was a bit jealous. He's a popular writer, by the way. Apa tajuk bukunya? Alien Mencari Cinta, kan? Jadi popular lah among our many sisters in the halls. But please keep on, get the questions coming in, even in the earlier, before we even begin, you can keep on sending questions on our YouTube channel. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, I would like to share the an article written by our good rector, Tan Sri Zul, today. I'm not so sure which newspaper is it. Yeah. Can we have the microphone for Idayu, please? Is the article ready? Okay.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Brother Said, for that. We are going to share one article, and like any other things, delayed gratification is good. So before we show that, I have another surprise as well. We are going to go some quiz and feedback from the audience.
Oh, okay. The
right.
Menti thing.
Pardon me, yes.
All right, okay.
So just one quick 5 minutes. I would like to invite all of our brothers and sisters to open menti.com from any browser that you have. And then for the first question, we have, the first code is 393-79337.
What is that? Preparing the Menti questions.
Give us 10 seconds. You can use that for meditation or prayers. Okay, so the first question is, should we have total continuous assessment instead of examinations by now? Yes or no, or do we still need both? Adakah kita memerlukan penilaian yang berterusan secara keseluruhan ataupun peperiksaan yang selalu berjalan mungkin setahun sekali? Contohnya. So we'll give 30 to 40 seconds for that. Okay, 15 seconds more before we move on to the next question. Okay, so 68% so far think that we still need both. Moving on to the next question, it's still the same code. Next question is online learning sufficient to support the development of values? Adakah pelaksanaan online learning cukup untuk menyokong pembangunan nilai dalam diri seseorang pelajar itu? Ya ataupun tidak?
It's not enough. Sufficient, insufficient.
Sufficient, yes or tidak? No.
Baik, 30 saat lagi. All right, the results are as you can see at the screen or at my back. And let's go to the third question using the code 76994471. So the third question is the current model of university relevant to the challenges of the future? So while we wait to see it on the screen, the code is 76994471. Okay, this is interesting because from the start of the program, we already have some like stark difference, but this is quite close. Okay, this is something. Okay, 30 seconds left. Okay. 10 seconds left.
Balance.
Total balance. Balance.
All right, the competition is real. Just a bit of advertisement. IIUM is the chair, the host of the UNESCO Chair in Future Studies, so perhaps we could use this data or explore it further in the future. That is all, so we'll proceed. Thank you very much for facilitating this shift. So we'll show back the article written by Tan Sri Zulkifli. Back to you, Brother Said.
Terima kasih, Dayu. Even before the article, I would rather have the third question to be ongoing up until the end, because it seems like whoever is going to be the next Mohi is going to be in trouble. It's not a stable government, 50-50, you know. There is no clear majority there. I think that represents the crux of our debate for this session. Model itu relevan ke tak relevan, kan, to address future needs. Jadi, hopefully nanti Idayu, by the end of this session, we revisit. You see, it's 51-49, so you know, you are neither here nor there. It's interesting. And I would like to share with everyone an article written by Professor Tan Sri Zul this morning. I haven't got a chance to read the article myself, but maybe we should spend some time after this to read. It's about Cikgu Fadli, the Cikgu Fadli phenomena. Yeah. Okay, so maybe OCAP can share the article later on again. So, as mentioned in the last questionnaire on Mentimeter, I think that, as I mentioned, represents the crux, given the baseline being debated in the earlier session. So, the structure of this second session is more or less the same. The first round, every speakers, every debaters. Well, Prof. Murad, Zul Haimi, the earlier debater, he said it's not even a debate because everybody is on the same mazhab, he said. Nevertheless, it's good for us to share our viewpoints. 7 minutes for the first round, and again, to provide some context to the debate, the premise for the second session is Academic culture in how our higher education has failed to fulfill national aspirations due to the absence of real autonomy. Budaya akademia di peringkat pendidikan tinggi gagal memenuhi aspirasi negara kerana tiadanya autonomi sebenar. The medium for the second session is also bilingual so that the content will resonate right down to the grassroots. So 7 minutes, I would like to invite Prof. Murad.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Syed. Assalamualaikum. Yeah. I'd like to, first of all, acknowledge the boxes in front of us. I think there's a lot of meaning to the words used on the boxes. Climate action is one of them, very visible. Quality education, partnership. All these lead to the questioning of the ethics and the ethos of the university. One thing which I want to relate is what has not been discussed this morning. I want to pick up from there. I'm exercising my autonomy on this stage. Perhaps I will delve on that topic for half the session or half the time given. People talking about schools, the various approaches towards school education, whether we feel or not. But the elephant in the room, I mean, perhaps they are addressing the many elephants, but the elephant in the room when you talk about education is prejudice. No country in the world has managed through its education system, through its school system, to eliminate prejudice. Prejudice is learned. Prejudice comes from nation building. Prejudice comes from the family. Prejudice comes from the schools, from friends, from the environment, from dominant ideology. So one of the things that schools need to do is to unlearn the prejudice, to dismantle the prejudice. And that is important with regard to countries like Malaysia, where when you talk about prejudice, we may refer to the diversity or the differences or in terms of ethnic and culture and religion. So prejudice is critical in terms of how we reflect in our education system. Now, when I talk about prejudice, it's not that it is negative. Prejudice is also positive. It is a given. If we don't have that value of prejudice, we'll receive everything and we'll collapse, physically and mentally and intellectually. So prejudice is a safety net in which we would not just accept anything without being critical. But this is where I think the complexities come in. There are many ways to look at it. Education is a discourse full of contradictions. We cannot resolve things. And when you talk about any nation, for example, they have failed and they have succeeded. And each nation would develop its school system based on its national ethos. The context of any falsafah pendidikan negara is the falsafah negara itself. So I think this is where we need to move forward, or rather to look back at how we contextualize falsafah pendidikan within the context of the nation state, mainstream values and mainstream ideology. We have lost our mainstream in 2018, one mainstream, the mainstream that has ruled the country for 60 years. We lost that, or rather it was disrupted in 2018 after May 9. And since then, different governments have made efforts to resurrect the national mainstream, but it is still in disarray. And this is where it affects the school system. Now, it also affects the university. When you talk about the future of the university, the future is now. We've planned the ethos of the university over the last, 40, 50 years. And in that sense, we have to question, what do we mean by autonomy? What kinds of autonomy are we talking about in terms of the running of the university, the proper functioning of the university? I'd like to go back to the 4 fundamental functions of an academic. One is teaching and supervision. Don't we have autonomy for teaching and supervision? In other words, each lecturer or each academic is an authority in himself or herself. So in that sense, we need to reevaluate the autonomy in teaching. Second is research. Who determines what we do? Is there a big brother in the country or the Ministry of Higher Education to determine what kind of research that we need to do? Of course, there are national imperatives. Research for the national interest. They also research for our own interest. In other words, when we talk about the university, it is an organized anarchy, whereby the systems or the subsystems of the university need not be congruent with one another. Our values may be different from the Vice-Chancellor. Each of us in the faculty may be different. We may not see eye to eye, or rather we not see a similar objective with the Dean. So this is perhaps one of the early philosophies of the university. The university should not necessarily conform to the nation. The university should not necessarily conform to other ideologies. But what the university must conform to are values of humanity. And this is where I think we should move forward. Thank you.
I'm not supposed to comment, but I have to say this out loud before we move on. I think the argument of our good professor here saying that the backbone of our crisis in our higher education is prejudice is so profound. I've heard you articulating, debating, deliberating about this beforehand, but to put it in the context of education to me, because earlier on I mentioned that I think the problem in Malaysia is where we have education becoming a political commodity. That in itself is a prejudice. Therefore, whoever becomes the next Minister of Higher Education have to address this. Because whatever is being instituted later on will be seen as representing certain political divide. And that in itself is another prejudice. The absence of trust in the society at large. When you mentioned about prejudice, I really felt like the roof was falling on my head just now. I think that note going to resonate in my memory if I don't have amnesia for the rest of my life. So let's move on to Prof. Ainul Mazia. 7 minutes. Can we have the microphone, please? Okay kah? Cuba terus bercakap. Kita ada masalah dengan mikrofon. Sebentar, kita cuba. Bantu saya. Prof punya mikrofon. Dr. Ramzah punya pun tak juga.
Hello.
Okay.
Mine is okay.
Boleh ya? Tidak. Prof Ainul punya. Boleh berkongsi dengan Prof Dr. Ram punya sebentar?
Boleh.
Tarik saja. Sorry. Bukan bertukar tempat. Sementara OCAP bantu saya untuk.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
You can still do campaign. Now you have your voice.
First of all, I think I would like to congratulate IIUM, Kuliah of Education, and my colleagues who have successfully organized this, because I think this is leading the way. We've always been engaged in debates, but debates are normally, the objective has always been to have a platform to express our differences in order to argue. But when we have Edu-Action, I hope, and I'm sure it will be such, that this is a platform for us to argue in order to come up with something that will give us the information that we will make informed decision for the betterment of education in this country, right? Because so we need this platform in order to argue in such that we will be all informed, all the questions will come in, and then we hope to come up with something that will be good for the nation. So when Brother Said gave the premise just now, so I saw three things in the scenario. Okay? The national aspirations not being met due to academic culture, so something wrong or the existing academic culture is not working because there's the lack of real autonomy. So I think I have been with this university for, this month I celebrate my 33 years as a staff at IIUM. And I am also a product of higher education. I've been working in higher education in Malaysia. I think we have to give credit to the country that at least some of the aspiration, when we look at the national education philosophy and the blueprint, there's some of the aspirations that we have achieved. For example, during my time in the 1980s, there was no avenue for TVET in Malaysia. Look at where TVET is in Malaysia. But I think if you look at the blueprint and the falsafah pendidikan, so we see two aspirations for the country. One is the kemenjadian individu, the individual development, because these are the people who are going to function in our society. And the falsafah pendidikan beautifully indicate where these individuals are going to be. First, keluarga at home. So they've got to be functional, effective, good individual at home. Next is the society and wherever they work, in the profession. So that's one part of the aspiration. But we also have the aspiration in terms of the society and the industry. Right? So I think where Brother Said is trying to incite us to talk about is where has it gone wrong? And I think we have to reflect on the kemenjadian individu. Right? The kemenjadian individu in terms of functional people in the society, and we're saying that because we don't have the autonomy at the university, so therefore we do not give attention to kemenjadian of our students. Now, is that true? Okay. I think when we talk about lack of autonomy, we've done so much in terms of regulating higher education because we want quality. So therefore we have the MQA, we have all sorts of agencies to ensure that there is accountability, quality, and so. But when we have all those things, that's where the enablers, the lecturers, the teachers are restricted in terms of what we need to do. And I think in terms of the culture now, we lack the culture of professionalism as well as academic. Say for example, okay, all programs have got program learning outcomes and program and course learning outcomes. How much autonomy do we have as lecturers to change your course learning outcome after the pandemic? For example, because I'm from the Kuliah of Education, I feel that I think 70% of the courses should bring the students to the what do you call that? The rumah, the B40 places where you have children, because the nation now is suffering, is going through learning loss of children in school because of the 2.5 years of school closure and all those things. So all the fingers are pointing to the teachers to do wonders with the learning loss in school. But we have here university students who hold the academic, who can actually help. But our students are in the classroom, okay? Because we have to abide by the learning outcomes. And we cannot change the learning outcome because there are so many guardian angels of the learning outcomes that changes cannot be made. So we are not out there to address the real issue and go hand in hand with the teachers in school to handle this. Okay? And the other aspect of, when we talk about autonomy, is probably the academic autonomy. How many of us lecturers actually think of our students first before what we have to do for the university? How many of us think about, my area of expertise is in this area, for example, in assessment. Okay? So what is it that I want to make sure that my area of expertise, when I go, all my students will carry that area of expertise in order to benefit the people in their society. Okay? But I don't have time to think about this because I've got my KPI to meet, and I've got my publications to meet, and I've got all sorts of other things. That's for the institution. Okay? So I think that's the scenario where we talk about our hands are tied as academicians in order to do the right thing for our students, in order for them to be the functional people in the society. And then I suppose the last thing in terms of academic culture is also where I think because of all our hands are tied, we also lack collegiality. I will work alone because I'm only concerned with my KPI. I have to be concerned with my KPI because I've got my perut nasi to jaga, and I've got, career path to look after. So when I think of my career path, so I only think of myself. So I have never worked, after 33 years in this university, for example, I've never worked with people from Kuliah of Architecture. I've never brought my students to work together with the Kuliah of Architecture students. I have thought of it. I've thought of doing something with the sand that is blocking the river that faces Kuliah of Education and Human Science. But I've never got the chance to actually do something with the students in the other Kuliah to do something with the river. Because I'm very, very tight and very concerned with my KPI and all the things that I need to do for the institution and also for my career development. So I think that's where I stop.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, talking about KPI, there is a huge resemblance with our sister Mutmainnah mentioned about cikgu-cikgu, they have limitations, more or less about the same. I'm giving the opportunity for Dr. Ramzah to adjust a bit. Maaflah Dr. Ram, So 7 minutes, please, Dr. Ramzah.
Hello. Okay. Assalamualaikum dan selamat pagi semua. Okay, thank you so much.
Sama-sama.
Tuan Syed, tadi you said that probably the previous session that would be the baseline for our discussion,
Is it not?
So if we take that as a baseline, then we don't have anything to discuss now because based on discussion just now kan kita tengok kan there are so many problems at the fundamental level kan. Okay. So kalau keruh air di hulu, keruhlah sampai ke muara. That is what they said.
Yeah.
But I don't believe in we are the product of our past. I don't believe in that. I think throughout our journey, at any point in time, we can change the discourse. So, sebab itulah, saya rasa ini masih lagi relevan untuk didebatkan lah. Now, if we are talking about pendidikan peringkat tinggi, gagal menggalas aspirasi negara, that is a very strong statement lah. That is a very strong statement. Satu kenyataan yang agak berat. So, I'm kind of, probably there are some certain aspect that we fail, but seperti kata sahabat saya tadi, yang lain-lain tu kan kita ada banyak juga kejayaan. So we will qualify that. But my personal opinion is we still have an issues. So it is not so much about kegagalan lah, itu berat sangat lah. Tapi we have some issues. Now, kita lihat apakah fungsi pendidikan tinggi dalam menggalas aspirasi negara ada 4. Yang pertama modal insan. Okay, modal insan. I think the problem is sometimes it's because the expectation. Everybody out there Oh, dia kata universiti ini mesti menghasilkan orang yang ada kemahiran teknikal untuk pasaran kerja. Juga mempunyai karakter yang baik untuk menjadi pendinding kepada negara. So if we have a problem of unemployment, or we have problem with graduate, buat perkara yang tidak senonoh, semuanya tuding pada university. So we are expected to provide everything. Come on. How long you are going to be in the university? 14 tahun, 15 tahun? Tidak. It is only 3 or 4 years, kan? 3 or 4 years. And you expect us to do that? Kan? What happened to the entire yang hidup-hidup kita yang panjang itu? Tapi kita di universiti ini, kita ni malang. Because we are the last entity in that education value chain. So they blame everything on us. So I think the problem is, we know what we want to do. Saya selalu baca, saya punya idol di sana, Tan Sri Zul. Saya rasa dia ada wawasan what we should do for our graduate di universiti ini. Menjadikan mereka manusia. Tapi, tu sabotage tu. Inilah masalah. Okay. Tapi that is the problem lah kan. Sebab bila di sana tu dia expect us macam-macam. Okay, come on. You want us to do the character building ataupun employment ataupun skill, purely on skills kan? Kan sebab ini this is only 3 or 4 years kan? What about the roles of industry? Adakah industri dia perlu perfect dari segi kemahiran, diorang tu menadah sahaja? They also have the responsibility to train. We provide the basic. Macam mana dengan media massa, institusi keluarga dan sebagainya in terms of character building. So that is the issue. Ada setengah kita perlu blame, tapi I think the expectation is unrealistic. And now kementerian sendiri pun terbawa-bawa dengan expectation yang tidak realistik itu, dan memanglah kita semua bercempara di sini kan. You all ni mau buat apa dalam 2-3 tahun, dalam 3-4 tahun ni kan? Bukannya 40 tahun, kalau dibagi 40 tahun, yes. I can make sure the graduate kemahiran bagus dan juga mempunyai karakter yang baik. Second, dari segi membangunkan industri, yes. Kita universiti ini adalah institusi untuk science technology and we nurture that and we transfer to that industry. Of course, saya tahu ada ramai pensyarah yang bising. Dia cakap kita ni mendidik lagi, buat itu lagi, and now you expect us to be the industry driver, that is just too much kan. Tapi sebagai mantan TKSU Science dan Teknologi, actually kita akademia, we don't have the privilege to have that kind of mentality lah. You know why? Sebab kita tidak sama dengan Korea. Korea 80% daripada saintis dan teknologi ada dalam industri. Kita 80% ada di university. So takkanlah kita ni mengajar sahaja. We have to contribute. We have to contribute. Tapi yes, we have a point bila kita kata we cannot contribute because the system is not facilitating us, it's not encouraging us. Ada orang buat innovation teknologi apa semua. Lepas tu apa pengiktirafan, it is all about Q1 ranking juga, Q1 journal juga akhirnya kan. Kemudian how about homegrown technology? Mati-mati semua tahu pensyarah. Saya tahu lah, I'm the former TNC for penyelidikan dan inovasi. I know how hard my researcher work on fundamental and try to make it apply kan. Do we have the policy in trying to support homegrown technology? Tiada. Saya tahulah sebab saya ada di Kementerian Pendidikan dan juga di MOSTI. So that is also the issue. Again, unrealistic expectation. But yes, I agree we should play the roles of memacu industry because 80% of scientists and technology are in the university ecosystem. But we need the support. Now, yang ketiga adalah isu tentang tentang feeding the policy maker. Ya betul. We are the brain of the negara lah kan. We should feed the policy making. Tapi itulah kita tidak banyak feed. Polishing dia sus adalah kan. So itu juga adalah masuk. Saya tahu Tan Sri Zul selalu membebel tentang ini. Tapi masih ramai pemimpin kita yang tidak insaf kan. Now, isu dia. Adakah ini disebabkan oleh tiada autonomy di universiti? No. Yang ini I disagree. Tuan Syed. Saya rasa it's not about tiada autonomy di universiti, it is more about no facilitation, no dana, dan yang paling penting, no leadership in the university. Tahukah anda bahawa when it comes to our core business, research and academic, Senat adalah merupakan kuasa yang paling tinggi. Even LPU, they can overrule Senat punya keputusan. Even apatah lagi kementerian or menteri, nobody can overrule Senat punya keputusan. That is the highest authority for the university. So who say that we don't have autonomy? The only problem is we don't have the leadership that we need to drive and make sure that we take that opportunity. So itu saya punya pandangan lah. Terima kasih.
Okay. If we were to extend Dr. Ramza's argument, the tail end of the argument will fall down onto prejudice issues. But never mind, we'll move on to Mrs. Prabhasundram. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
7 minutes, please.
Thank you. Salam sejahtera, everyone, and thank you for inviting me. So perhaps let me start with definitions, right? So we talk about autonomy and autonomy of institutions and academic autonomy. What do we understand autonomy to be? Now, this is the premise that you stated earlier, that this debate is based on. It's not a problem only faced in Malaysia. It's everywhere. So we can't say that in a particular country, all the universities are autonomous. Absolute autonomy is also absolute chaos. So we cannot have that kind of situation. We do have, institutions in Malaysia do have a degree of autonomy. The question is, where does that autonomy lie, right? So does it lie in the institution's governance? Does it lie in how they design and deliver the curriculum? Their courses, can they pick and choose their courses? Does it lie in how they choose the senior management and the people who actually manage the institutions? Because at the end of the day, an institution is only as good as its players and the play, right? And that's what the students need. They need good players in the university, and they need that good play so that they can go out and become good contributing members of the society and community. So can universities choose which students they want to bring in? Can they choose to only bring in underprivileged students? Can they choose to only bring in top creme de la creme students? That's the kind of peeling back of layers we need to think about when you talk about autonomy. What autonomy are we discussing? Are we discussing autonomy in hiring and firing? Are we discussing autonomy in senior management? At the end of the day, we need to look at good governance, good consultation. If the government is granting a level of autonomy or is granting complete autonomy, again, we need to look at how is that being translated into practice? Is it a top-down instruction that you need to do this, that, or the other? Or is it a consultative process with the universities looking at how do universities keep making themselves relevant? Now with the pandemic, now with moving forward in the future of work, in the different kind of skills that students actually need to survive as a globally competitive, employable person out there in the market. Are universities keeping themselves ahead of the game? Are academics keeping themselves ahead of the game to be out there as thought leaders and experts and centers of excellence in their own disciplines? So all of this requires a consultative process. So maybe, is that what we lack? I don't have the answers. I'm just throwing these questions out here because I think the idea today is for us to think about what we want from this, what we want from university having autonomy. If, for example, if all universities have complete autonomy, are students still going to come to Malaysia as an education hub? Are they going to question the credibility of what we offer in our higher education institutions if we have zero framework actually regulating this? Or is what we need frameworks that can assist and help universities move themselves up and put ourselves out there in terms of ranking, in terms of academic rigor, in terms of research, in terms of teaching and learning excellence, and in terms of graduate output of employability? What are the various things we want from this? Autonomy is a privilege as well as a responsibility. It's not a buzzword. It's not fashionable to say that or we are a completely autonomous institutions. It comes with huge responsibility and a huge amount of good governance on how the university can make that work. And how that governance comes, I guess, is the crux of it, right? Are we talking about only governance within the institutions, or are we talking about governance that takes into consideration the academics input, a governance that takes into consideration the students' input, and the governance of the university that takes into consideration the national aspirations and the national input? So I think I will end there and just put these questions out there that we can continue the discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Prabha. But now we're moving on to our second round, which is more or less Q&A, basically. You can comment on each other's pointers and ideas just now. But before we straight away move on to our second round, I would like to just share Prof. Akmal's comment on our YouTube channel. Dia kata pendidikan negara kena duduk di bawah Suruhanjaya Diraja. Tak adalah kejap-kejap berubah ikut menteri dan KSU. Tu komen Prof. Akmal lah. Menarik pandangan itu, mungkin boleh juga diberikan komen. But for the second round, let's go back to the third questionnaire just now about model. Because I was, just a small anecdote, I was in a curriculum debate with the Ministry of Education, I think a month ago, and we talk about the changing landscape of the whole world globally. You know, nobody is really sure what's going to happen in the next 3 months. And, you know, the officers from the ministry told back the argument towards me, you know, industry must tell us what do you need. Then I would say, we don't even know whether we're going to survive in the next 6 months. Yeah. So how can we build a model to deal with such kind of uncertainty while having all these challenges? This will be my question to everyone for the next session. Vis-a-vis trying to address prejudices, given the predicament that we're in, the kind of value system, the kind of, you know, we talk about autonomy, but every now and then we keep on hearing that what we have here is not real autonomy, but a pseudo-autonomy. Some of the politicians, they say you do have freedom of speech, but not after speech. The political implications, the kind of, you know, treatment that you're going to get, that in itself impedes creativity, effort, and passion. So again, likewise, like what I did in the first session, let's address the elephant in the room. Prof. Murad.
I don't think much of whether there is autonomy or the lack of it in Malaysia. I think it's an overrated issue. We can't blame the ministry, we can't blame the government. When we are a university, as I've said, I like to continue the other two functions I said. Teaching, the first one. Second, research. Third is publication. Nobody controls or regulates on what we publish, how we publish, where we publish, except for the KPIs, the league tables. Nobody controls on the research topic, except for funding. So when you talk about autonomy, there are several layers that we have to be fair to. Where funding is concerned, we don't have autonomy, or we have limited autonomy. This is normal in any university in the world, private or public, especially public universities. So where funding is concerned, it is the purview of the ministry or higher authority. But where the production and reproduction of knowledge is concerned, the onus is on the university. The onus is on every academic. The onus is that each academic must empower themselves. Each academic must empower himself. Each rector and vice chancellor must empower themselves. The thing is that sometimes I've never been a university administrator. I have not worked in the ministry. The highest post which I've held in the various universities is a department head. I've not even been the dean. I've not experienced being the decan, where I control funding and so on. So here, when we talk about autonomy, we are talking about the autonomy of knowledge, the autonomy of creating new knowledge. Who controls? Nobody controls. The ministry, the government can advise us, can can create a program, there's a certain priority. But then the university, as I've said, is an organized anarchy. Each individual academic interest is his own, as long as there's no destructive or negative value to destroy the world. But the point here is that we are free. There's a spirit of inquiry in Malaysia and in other universities as well, except perhaps for in communist countries. But all other countries, academics are free to create knowledge, reproduce knowledge, to extend whatever they have. So this is the autonomy that we have. And in Malaysia, we have the autonomy. So also in other parts of the world. The other one which I want to say is that universities are not industries. Universities are not the market. If we think that we have to be on par with the industry, then it's the industry. The university is separate. The university and industry are two incompatible institutions. We have to acknowledge that. Vice chancellors have to acknowledge that. The minister have to acknowledge that. Lecturers, academics have to acknowledge that. It's not that we always think of the industry. The industry must be the baggage. The industry must be the background. No. And actually, in all good universities, to me, ideally, there may be only 3 faculties. Faculty of Arts, Faculty of Science, and Faculty of Medicine and other professional. That's it. Okay, so that's it. Yeah.
Okay. Prof, I know your microphone is already online.
Okay.
But if I may extend a bit the question, boleh cuba? I think it's okay.
Assalamualaikum.
Yeah, now it's good. Talking about autonomy and the model that we should emulate when you are dealing with uncertainties, do rectors or the vice chancellors have the liberty to design the content, to address expectations from the industries, for instance, and expectations from the policymakers, the numbers of students in respective fields? How do you deal with that when you come to the period of time when nobody is certain of what's going to happen next? Mismatch between industry's expectation. This has been largely debated across all public forums in FIRS.
Thank you. For the second round, I think I tend to agree with the other speakers in terms of giving so much emphasis or pointing the finger at autonomy. But I think we should also reflect on the academic culture. And academic culture can change. The result of the survey, the last question, is actually an indication of how we are not so much open to change because we are 50-50 in terms of, staying as we are or do robust changes to meet the current changes in the society and also in our environment. And I think the pandemic actually is hikmah, because after the pandemic and during the pandemic, we realize, we wake up one day and tell ourselves that there are so many things that we have to adapt to, and there are so many things that we have to do changes to. And, in education, particularly in education. And when you asked just now, whether the rector, governance can actually have the authority to do the changes, I think it is imperative to actually change the academic culture so that we are open to change, and particularly to meet the current demands of all the disruptive things that are happening in our society. Okay? From the pandemic to all this social media thing and the digital things, also in one way they are positive, but in another way they are also disruptive to the society. So how do we, higher institution, we're dealing with adults. They are already half foot in the society. So how is it that we make sure that with all these changes and all these new things that we have to prepare the young people to be functional and effective in the society, is that probably we have to revisit our academic culture. So what is it, for example, courses that are relevant now? What are the values that they must have? Volunteerism must be in the top 3. Empathy is also in top 3 value that all adults must have, because we have seen during the pandemic that we need everybody to, be on the road to help people and do all those things. But how many of our students actually were out there? Okay? So I think, academic culture has to change, may take time, and governance is very important because we lead the way, and we should be leading the way. And, in any organization, top-down does work, but because with the pandemic, everybody experienced the need. So this is a good time to revisit, and this is a good time to do the changes that are necessary. So that's where I stop.
Yeah, Prof. Arnold, where there is crisis, there is opportunity. But I've heard those phrases since '98 until now. We have always failed to capitalize on whatever crisis that comes before us. Datuk Dr. Ramzah, talking about model, I think model should be envisioned at the higher level. Perhaps maybe, as I mentioned, does all vice chancellors and rectors have the liberty in designing what needs to be taught in a particular university? I think all those data, all those design, the compass must be provided by the policymakers. For an instance, all the unicorn companies nowadays, they are not looking at degrees anymore. Facebook, Google, dia dah bagi tahu, dia kata, as long as you can solve this problem, you know the programming, I'll rope you in. And suddenly now over here, as you rightfully mentioned, you need 4 years to study what degree of programming or whatnot. And suddenly you come into the market, no more jobs for you because all those professional certificates gives the answer to the market needs. So when you talk about model, let's say we have the liberty to debunk whatever there is right now. Because now you also have an Indian guy, Bangladeshi guy coming up with a different kind of university bigger than Harvard. Everything is online. Not being taught by professors, but those experts in the field themselves, the engineers. Okay. And they give certification, how do you deal with these new realities? Dato', sila.
Okay, hello, boleh Okay, I would like to still stick to my previous punya stand lah. For me, the model now is already okay. When it comes to autonomy, it is just a matter of we need a deeper understanding of it and how to operationalize it. Siapa kata kita tidak ada authority? Authority apa? Yes, of course, admin in terms of admin and governance, pelantikan apa semua untuk jawatan tinggi. Kita punya top kuasa besar tu, they are still, they still have hand on that. But when it comes to our core business, research and also academics, of course, we have the autonomy to design what program we should introduce, what faculty we should ni apa semua tu. Kita boleh dapat arahan daripada kementerian, yes. Tapi we cannot introduce any program, any faculty without going through Senate. So that is where our kuasa lies lah kan. Mengubah semua yang keperluan daripada MQA apa semua tu, dia cuma ada basic requirement. If we think that the need to change is there, you go to Senate. Sama juga dengan kelulusan masuk apa semua. We have done that in UMS. UMS kan banyak B40 apa semua, especially in terms of cutting point untuk masuk. We do it at Senate. Kan, sebab if Senate approve it, and then that it is the highest authority when it comes to core business of the university. I'm talking about academic. Of course, management, admin apa semua tu ya daripada sana, dan orang selalu komplain, kementerian ini tidak campur tangan dalam pemilihan pentadbiran apa semua dan sebagainya. But in my opinion, that is very subjective lah. For me, that is something yang in our university, I don't think that we really need. As our friend Puan Prabha correctly said that autonomy, too much autonomy can be toxic to the organization kan. Bising-bising semua yang grassroots tu, pemilihan naib chancellor ke atau apa semua tu tidak okay dan sebagainya. But when they are given the opportunity untuk pilih ketua program lah, ketua unit lah apa semua, sama juga kan. You get what I mean? So what I'm trying to say here is, for me as a university, we really want to function. The only autonomy that we need is our autonomy to set the direction of our core business, which is the academic and research. And at the moment, we have that. Tapi kenapa ramai orang takut untuk menggunakan itu? Sebab there are not many vice chancellors yang willing to go against and really want to use that. So kalau dalam ramai-ramai itu kan semua yang yes man itu susah sikit lah. Tapi kalau semua vice chancellor we really go for senat, inilah senat kita apa semua, I don't think that kementerian pun because it is also bad to the kementerian if they keep saying that okay memang diorang boleh veto. In principle, kementerian boleh veto apa saja termasuk senat, but they are not going to do that banyak kali kan. Kadang-kadang kita sendiri yang buat. I haven't seen any decision in UMS yang kita kata di veto daripada atas kalau bukan melalui senat. Eventually senat they give in because of the pressure. But if you really stick to that, you can actually nobody can actually challenge you. That is the power of senat. Sebab universiti ini sebenarnya adalah institusi yang sangat terhormat and you should be proud of. Inilah. Last kali sikit lagi kita punya masalah ni kita selalu banding dengan sekolah tu. Ekosistem sekolah lain dengan universiti. Sekolah memang they don't have that autonomy. And that is the origin of all our problem. If we empower the school how to translate diorang punya kurikulum yang tidak sesuai untuk pedagogi mengikut luar bandar Sabah dan Sarawak tu, if we empower them, giving them the autonomy, mungkin banyak masalah akan selesai. Di peringkat sekolah tidak ada. Di university we have that. Through Senate. Thank you.
Mungkin Datuk, pelantikan members of the Senate. Itu kalau nanti diulas dalam pusingan berikutnya lah, saya nak beri Datuk ruang itu. But moving on to Mrs. Prabha, still
universiti yang lantik Senat, bukannya kementerian
swasta, bagaimana swasta melakukannya dan bagaimana IPTA melakukannya untuk cut off daripada political influence, let's say, if you really talk about autonomy. Itu nantilah pusingan berikutnya. Tapi kepada Mrs. Prabha terlebih dahulu, as you aptly said, the issue that we are facing today in our higher education is not uniquely Malaysian problems. It's global. When it comes to model, how do you see the Ivy Leagues? How do they respond to the changes? And the changes that we are facing now is really fundamental. Whatever we learn in the next 8 months, it's obsolete if you talk about all those hands-on knowledge, the TVET. Should we not perhaps maybe divide the whole model into two? Because it seems like we are trapped between humanities, human development, and the market needs. And we put everything all into one same basket, which is the higher education. Perhaps that's the kind of different perspective that we need to deal with. How do you see the globally education, especially among the Ivy Leagues, how do they respond to such challenges?
Well, I think, as I stated earlier, this is not unique to Malaysia. So all institutions are now trying to respond to these challenges. And some are doing it better than others. One of the things we do as part of my work at the British Council is we are trying to bring institutions together to learn from each other and to learn best practices. Malaysian institutions have so much to offer in terms of where we are at. UK institutions might be good in some things, we might be good in some things. When we sit together and we discuss, we can find innovative solutions in a mutually beneficial way on how perhaps we can address some of this. You talk about employability and industry, the mismatch. This is a conversation that has been going on for years. So I used to work in UKM in their industry liaison office many, many years ago. And we had numerous meetings, MOHE, industry, and the question is always, it's your job or it's your job. Universities say industry should tell us, industries say universities are not listening to us. It's been going on for years. But where is the disconnect? It's not that universities are not listening and it's not that industries are not telling. But obviously something is getting lost in that translation of how this thing is being operationalized, isn't it? So I remember when I was at UKM, we set up industry advisory boards at every faculty and at institutional level. We set up a program, Sangkutan Industry for academics, hoping that they'll come back after being attached to industry to make them more relevant. So we don't have academics who have just come through academia and who are now teaching something which is only relevant to academia but not relevant anymore to industry. Now, I mean, I'm probably, and then we had latihan industry, obviously. We made it compulsory in UKM those days for latihan industry across whatever discipline. Even if you're learning geography, you have to go for a compulsory latihan industry. Now, I have since left many years ago public university sector, but I cannot believe that, you know, it has not moved along. I'm sure it has moved along, but it's a question of how well or not it's being done and how much is it being accepted. Obviously now things have changed even further with the pandemic. The kind of skills that students need have even changed. You talk about Ivy League and UK universities, employability is a huge concern. How are they going to actually look at it? One of the things that they're looking at, if you remember, UK came out with the Turing scheme last year, and now they're in the second cycle of the Turing scheme. Turing scheme is a mobility scheme to send UK students to everywhere in the world for study attachment as well as workplace attachment. Because that's one of the ways the government and the university responded to the fact that why are people not employing their students? They need the global outlook. If UK only sits in UK and they never have experience anywhere else, how will they be employable? So at the end of the day, we need to listen. There needs to be a consultative process. And yes, in answer to the first question, I think a lot of it depends on our senior-most leadership in the universities. Are they brave enough to take that first step? Are they brave enough to innovate, to reach out, to create these linkages and partnerships, and to collectively make that change, voice these concerns and make that change and present this change to MOHE and MQA and everyone else who actually can make those policy changes.
Yeah, thank you. We're now in the third segment. I would like to offer members of the floor, silakan Q&A, boleh maju terus ke mikrofon yang disediakan, bertanyakan soalan, memberikan pandangan. Selain daripada komen-komen yang sedang diberikan, ada yang meminta, ada yang meminta untuk diadakan sambung sesi ini, Tan Sri. Dia kata libatkan KPM, KPT, Kesatuan Guru dan PIBG. Dah, Tan Sri tak bertanding kan? Okeylah, bolehlah. Saya tak tahu, nomination is on the 5th. We never know kan? Tengok-tengok Datuk Ramzah, ini popular candidate in Sabah, you never know. Nevertheless, okay, soalan writing exam practicals is, okay. Ya, masih lagi, silakan. Soalan daripada audience berkait tentang pendidikan tinggi. Soalan saya kepada semua panelis ya, berkait tentang cabaran ini. Dr. Ramzah sudah menyatakan tentang ia harus berpaksi kepada pentadbir, Senat. We are now pointing at the Senate. If that's the case, then perhaps maybe we're having a problem with the quality of the Senate members. How do we address this, Prof. Murad?
Well, there have been many comments. Senate members are a reflection of the university, a reflection of the academic body of the university, a reflection of the, I would say, the intellectual and epistemological competence of the professors. So it's a very fundamental problem in terms of how we recruit academics and how professors are appointed. And this is another thing which I want to raise. The assessors for the appointment of professors. And these assessors or these reviewers will be influenced by certain factors that, no, they have to be objective, but then they're influenced by what the professors do or do not do in the context of perhaps being biased toward the industry and so on. I think we have been overrating the industry in the market. I think the universities are universities. The function of the universities is to build knowledge. Why we come to university is we want to be more intelligent, as Nkwasi said, told his students 40 years back. And the function of the university is not like Google. We cannot Googleize universities. There may be micro credentials, whatever, The universities can take it up, and Google can take it up, but we cannot lose sight of our fundamental function, that is to provide knowledge, to provide capacity to reason and rationalize and to think. And this is what Google doesn't provide us. Also, another important thing is that these new technologies, the concern that you have for the different model of the university, they have this tendency to imperialize.
Right.
And this happens over the last 500 years. I'm not talking about colonialism, I'm talking about the new imperialism, which is artificial intelligence and technologies, which is biased toward a certain culture and certain civilization. And this is where professors will have to be alert.
Okay.
And again, the quality, to me, the quality of the Senate or the professors will be dependent on how they are alert to their identity. Because when we learn, what is the function of learning is to know ourselves.
Okay.
And if we lend ourselves to new technologies and like Google and the new AI, then we lose our identity. This is again another problem with regard to universities and schools. First, the teaching of schools must imbue the certainty on who we are. And the function of the universities is to, I would like to use this word, decolonize and de-imperialize knowledge that we learn, so that we would know our being aware of ourselves.
Right. Yeah. Prof. Ainul, if we are now looking at the Senate, yeah, if that's the answer to the debacle that we're having right here on this stage, why have we been debating about this since the last 20 years or so?
Senate members change, and Senate members don't become a Senate member by choice unless you're a professor. So that's where I think in terms of the governance, it's very important to appoint the right people in the position of the university, because these are the people who are going to be the think tank of the university when they become the Senate members. Right? And I remember what IIUM did a long time ago, in which the university tried to help the young professors or those who are about to hold position or those who have held position as deans or deputy deans. They went through trainings to develop this ability to, to be strategists, for example, to strategically plan for the kuliah, for the department, for the university, and of course for the programs and other things for the university. So with due respect to academics, there's so many uniform that you have to be in.
You have to wear.
Yes. In the morning you're a lecturer, you're in a lecture uniform, and then in the meetings you're a Senate member and a faculty member or KDM, Kuliah board member. So all these things need time for, unless you have gone through the process of being in positions for many years, and then you can be, strategically planning and have that kind of thinking for the kuliah. So I think again it goes back to leadership, governance, and the ecosystem in which we can help the academicians to, together help the university for the betterment.
Yeah. Dr. Ramza, critics has it that our higher education system is highly influenced by the powers that be. It boils down to the appointment of the Senate members, the chairman of the university and whatnot. It boils down to everything. And despite the fact I was taken aback and truly appreciate criticism pointed out by our good Professor Murad just now, I would say the statement that our education system is becoming a political commodity in itself is prejudice. But that's the challenge. And would it be fair for me to say the same question to Prof. Ainul just now? Inilah isunya. Kita sudah ada autonomi tapi tidak dilaksanakan kerana kalau dilaksanakan akan ada implikasi lain. Dan itu persepsi awam yang kata begitu. Datuk.
Probably to a certain degree I do agree with you lah, okay? We have that autonomy. The autonomy is already there, but people are afraid to use it because of that intimidation, la so-called intimidation. So actually it is not so much about the autonomy of the institution, but the people in that very institution itself, they refuse to use their personal autonomy because of that fear lah. Sebenarnya, ya betul LPU dipilih oleh kementerian, but they are only in charge of governance and admin. The core business is under Senate. Senate dipilih oleh university, but as I said just now, the problem is because the people in the Senate ni kan, they are afraid to use their personal autonomy because of the environment outside yang kementerian cakap ni begini-begini. And even sometimes I can see that at the Senate, the decision is always based on, oh kita tidak boleh buat macam ni sebab kementerian MQA cakap begini-begini. But actually that is your perception lah kan. You have your own autonomy sebenarnya kalau mau pakai. Saya mau bagi tahu Tuan Said, saya ni nampak saja muka baik, naif, suci kan. Saya ni jahat juga, brutal. Saya tidak pernah mengikut masa saya mengajar, oh MQA require this apa semua. Kalau menyusahkan saya, no. I'm not going to follow you. Saya baca peraturan MQA. Peraturan MQA kata, this is the spirit that required you to basically to follow lah kan. The rest is up to the university, bergantung kepada kesesuaian. So saya kata saya ikut prinsip dia. Yang ini adalah kesesuaian kan. Itu tiada kena mana. Don't abuse MQA untuk intimidate saya. So saya selalu terlepas lah. Okay, we will bring this matter to Senate. Bawa lah. Saya berhujah depan Senate tu kan. So basically saya mau bagi tahu bahawa the autonomy, Senate punya autonomy itu ni. Tapi we are conditioned to that kind of thinking. MQA cakap macam ni, kementerian cakap macam ni kan. Tapi kita sendiri tidak menggali. Actually MQA cakap apa? Kementerian mahu apa? What is the basic? As long as we the basic tu kita ni, Senate actually has the authority. Setakat menukar LO apa semua. What MQA has to do with that kan? MQA ni tiada kerja dia pergi detail semacam tu buat pening kepala. Kalau kita sendiri di MQA itu semua tu garis kasar. But when you allow MQA to detect that, sebab pegawai-pegawai kita di university pun lebih MQA dari MQA. That is the problem kan? The institutional autonomy is there. We refuse to use our personal autonomy. And I think that is the issue in university. Thank you.
Yeah, Mrs. Prabha, one pertinent issue that we have yet to address here on this stage is ranking ke tak ranking. That in itself is a debate, you know. With all due respect to UIA kata tak lah, Tan Sri kata no, we're not interested. But then you still need some kind of gauge so that you know whether you are still in line to toe the line throughout the global academic quality and acknowledgement. So how do we deal with this?
It's all well and good for university systems which are far more mature than ours to say rankings does not matter. You know, so they can say that, but at the end of the day, they are still looking at, is it Harvard on top, or is it Cambridge on top, or is it Oxford on top, right? At the end of the day, there's still a bit of pride in that. But I totally agree with what Tan Sri is saying. I think we need to look at our universities in a holistic sense. Ranking is there to provide maybe some kind of guidance for students, for parents, to provide a peace of mind. All right, I'm spending this much money to put my child into a university that is very highly ranked. It does not, however, guarantee any outcomes. It does not guarantee the quality of the instruction that they're receiving, the quality of research that they're receiving, the quality of global outlook experience that a student is receiving. So we do really need to break away from this, but by and large, we're not, we're not the only country. As Malaysians, we tend to be very self-critical. We always think ours is the worst, our education system is the worst, but we're not. People are struggling with it. UK has been struggling with it for years, but they still talk about ranking, how much there is discourse about it. But I guess the difference is the active discourse. So one of the things you see about the culture in European countries is that people talk a lot about it. There's active discourse, people debate about it. Somehow here we are held back. A lot of people are held back. We're not all as, vocal about things that we should be vocal about, because this is the future of our children and this is the future of the future generation, and that's the future of our nation. So we do need to look beyond the confines of, oh, this is a safe, comfortable space, and I don't want to cross that comfort zone. As leaders, we do need to cross that comfort zone if it is going to make a difference eventually for our country.
Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, kita tiba ke pusingan keempat. Ada? Oh, maaf, saya tak nampak. Silakan.
Bismillah. Fantastic panelists, not too bad moderator. Gurau tuan saya. Talking about culture and also models for tertiary education, I always think that the principal roles of a tertiary education is to provide consummate educational experience. That's number one, not to provide academic qualification. That is with the assumption, if you follow through the educational experience, the academic qualification will come. Because educational experience, I think, is very important. It will guide our students, our graduates, for life. But if our view is to focus on academic qualification, I do not know whether that educational experience can guide them for their life. Can I get some response from the panelists, please?
For the benefit of our audience, can you please introduce yourself, sir?
My name is Zainuri Abdul Rahman.
Okay.
I'm from the Kuliah of Education.
Baik, terima kasih banyak. Sebab saya minta maaf tak nampak tadi, silakan lagi kalau dalam dewan ini ada lagi yang ingin bersuara. Kalau dia tak bersuara, nanti di luar dewan dia akan berpiket. Tak ada. Dr. Ikram, okay, steady ya. Masih boleh tekan loceng lagi. Alright. Okay, I would like to give 3 minutes to each of our distinguished speakers here, responding to the question being raised. And also, I would like to bring back Syamsul Amri's argument in the first session. Because one of the criticism, antara kritik terhadap penganjuran debat ini adalah, it's going to be another academic pandemonium. Nothing will come out from this. But I will put that burden on the shoulders of the organizer. Because the blessing in disguise is GE15 is just around the corner. Whoever becomes number one, whether we don't know if KPT, KPM to combine or not, whoever becomes a minister, hopefully we can have flex some political muscle, and every party's campaigning will take the pointers from this debate, the first session and the second session, into their manifestos, hopefully, to address the prejudice. I can see, Prof. Murad, we need a real huge statesman as a minister to address these prejudices. Because whoever comes from any party, suddenly you will have to deal with that kind of prejudice, definitely whatever you do.
Can I quickly? The education ministry cannot stand by itself.
Right.
The education, there must be a revamp of the components of the ministry. It has to be perhaps a Ministry of Education and Culture.
Okay.
We're talking about school education. That's where the prejudice comes in. In other words, we have to unlearn, and we need to dismantle. We need to know what prejudice is and how we acquire prejudice, for example. Okay, so that has been around. We have a education ministry for what 65 years. I think we need to change that. We need to change the component. We need to change the ministry. Not education does not exist in a vacuum. That's one. Second is for higher education. To me, it has to be Ministry of Higher Education and Research, or perhaps putting culture into the picture, because also it doesn't exist in itself. A university is part of the larger system. It's endemic to both the national and global system. And again, that's where I think the autonomy must be expressed within the university. And one of the things that is crucial to the expression of this autonomy is the curriculum. Nobody can tell the university what to teach and how to teach. The vice chancellor also cannot tell the lecturer how to teach, what to teach. So each academic, each faculty would have the authority to devise the curriculum. That's important, and that's an important feature of any university. So with regard to the question, I agree with you that consummate learning. As I've said, we come to the university to acquire certain orientation. And we compare those who come to the university and those who do not enter university. They're different. The values are different, the worldviews are different. But at the same time, the universities cannot pretend to be Google. They cannot pretend to meet the demands of the market. They cannot pretend to be on top of knowledge or on top of skills. When you talk about skills and higher skills, the function is the industry to teach the employees the most advanced skills available, not the university. So again, universities must be aware that there must be a demarcation between what they can do, should do, and what the industries can do and should do.
Prof. Murad, another profound and breakthrough idea just now when you combine education with culture. Because normally when we talk about education, I think when we talk about education, what we're looking at is a school building, schools, those faculty members of the schools, and also universities. But when you have culture together with it, then you start think differently. Because it has to have an outcome, it has to have an impact towards the culture at large, rather than looking at pedagogy, teaching and learning per se. But I also understand, Prof. Murad, from the point of view of those policymakers, sekarang ni pun dah 56 billion. That means Menteri Pendidikan dan Budaya will have perhaps maybe 100 billion budget. That's why the political commodity comes into the picture, because it becomes a very powerful ministry. You know, you would like to add on to that, Prof. Murad?
Yeah, I mean, I was reading, I was reading the memoir of Bernard Lewis, Orientalist historian in the 40s, 50s. He said that he's a Jew, he was schooled in England, and there they teach Richard the Lionheart and all those figures. In Malaysia, in our school system, who are the figures, what is our canon? Over there, everybody knows, not England, but Austria or Germany, everybody knows Hegel. Even a 10-year-old kid can talk about Hegel. That's the canon. But what do we have in our school? We ask our level 2 or 3 or 4, what is the canon? What are the source of thinking of a nation? What is the philosophy of the nation? That philosophy of the nation must be taught at primary school. Then only we build up the certainty of who we are. And this is not present in our system.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Prof. Madhya. Oh. I hope the microphone still works. Boleh masih ya?
I want to pick up on the question or the comment on students' experiences now. Well, yeah, indeed, it is very true that student experience is very important because it builds the character and the values of each individual student after they've completed the higher education. But the thing is, I think what is happening in this part of the world, in Malaysia, is that higher education at one point has been so much industry-driven in such that we are preparing. The major focus is to prepare our students for the industry. But we know very well when we look at the Falsafah Pendidikan as well as the blueprint, that is only half the job of the higher education, because the other half of the job is to develop the person, because that person is going to be everywhere, in every part of the society. So that's where we differ, for example, from higher education in America, for example. Theirs is a very liberal education, in which students experience, if you're in social science, you have to do some sciences. If you're in sciences, you have to do some in social sciences, some courses in social sciences. You have to know political science. There are a few political science courses that you have to take. But I'm not in that area. I don't want to learn. But this is to prepare the graduates with all the experiences that they need in order to function in the society later. Because they will have to be taking care of the law and politics and all those things. So that is where I think we have to revisit. And this is where I also agree with one of the comments earlier, that actually we should be sitting down, not with just academicians, but people from the ministry and probably different sectors in the government to be here, because this is everybody's business. We're contributing the people who will be, in the different sectors of the society. So if there should be another round of Edu-Action, I think we should get all these people sit down in this hall together and listen to all these arguments and issues raised.
Yeah. Edu-Action Session 3 coming up soon, immediately after the general election, together with the new minister, inshallah, hopefully. Dr. Ramza, he can help, Dr. Tazri. Dr. Ramza can help in flexing some political muscle to get.
New minister sensitive tu Nampak sangat tidak suka dengan minister sekarang. Okay, anyway, yeah, I totally agree that education should be experience, and whatever qualification that come, that should be only the byproduct lah. Saya ni peminat Rafael Nadal tahu. Rafael Nadal, pemain tenis terbaik di dunia. Of course you can argue Novak lah, Roger. Come on. Rafael Nadal ada 21 Grand Slam. Dan dia ada pingat emas Olimpik. Yang dua orang tu tidak ada. They only have 20 kan. But you see what is the difference between Rafael Nadal, Novak and Roger. Roger ni dengan Novak ni kalau dulu di interview, how do you feel when you become the number one player? Ditanya masa diorang first time dapat pemain nombor 1. Oh, this is something I have been dreaming this since bila-bila lah apa semua. It is my daripada dulu lagi ambition. I really want to be number one because whatever. Rafael Nadal bila ditanya kali pertama nombor 1 dia kata, I don't even think about it actually, dia kata. Sebab my only concern is to have passion of that sport. My motivation every single day is to try to improve my love to the sport and to make sure that I have this passion to go to the court. Dia kata, kan? So it is not about winning. Dia kata it is not about winning. It's not about winning Grand Slam. It is not about being number 2, number 1. But it is about make sure that my love and passion for the sport sustain. Dia cakap, I don't mind if I become the number 2 forever or always behind Roger Federer. Dia kata, betul, Rafael Nadal cakap macam tu. So for me, itulah. So when you have passion for what you are doing, and then the rest will come, definitely. So it's same like education kan. If you really put your love into it, and then qualification, whatever, apa semua tu will come. And it really comes in a big way that really can impact you as a person. So, itu saya punya pandangan lah.
Terima kasih. Silakan, Mrs. Prabha.
Yeah. So that question was a loaded question because there are so many players and so many customers of this story, right? Are parents going to be happy with just the experience, or are parents only interested in that degree? Then you come to the students. What can they show for that experience if they can't get a job? Or is only the degree and the CGPA going to get them a job? So I think at the end of the day, there has to be alignment in thinking, alignment in how we approach this. Is it the experience or is it the degree? Let's take a step back of that question. What happened in the last 2 years? We had 2-3 cohorts of students who did not potentially have any experience because universities were struggling to pivot into online and to get things sorted on teaching and learning and examination, and assessment and evaluation. Did all these students now lose out on that experience and just come out with a paper qualification? If so, then how are we going to help them get that experience? How are we going to avert this kind of problems in future? I totally agree the experience is really important. I think MOHE now has, they're talking about the Excel framework and experiential learning and really embedding that whole experience into the curriculum of the university. But I think as universities, we need to make sure we don't look at it as, okay, this is another instruction from MOHE that we need to fulfill. We need to see how we can embrace that for the benefit of the institution so that students then can use that experiential learning. Even if they were doing it completely online, for whatever reason, God forbid, they can still embrace that experiential learning and take that with them to whatever they do. And then you got to think about industry and parents, right? So there are so many players. I think that can be an entire topic in itself on how you're going to consult all these people and get everyone on the same page to agree that, yes, it is that that whole embodiment of experience that's the most important thing, and not just that CGPA or that piece of paper.
Yeah. Tuan-tuan, I don't have enough acumen before me to sum up or even craft a good conclusion for these two huge sessions. But there is one thing for sure that I would like to share with you. When we were, I'm using tools provided by Stephen Covey. He said, when you want to do changes meagerly, small changes, then you change the way how you do things. But if you want to manifest a bigger kind of change, you have to change the way how you look at things. And that's the thing that I noticed today. Normally when we talk about education, because it becomes a Ministry of Education and Higher Education, bila kita tengok Kementerian Pengajian Tinggi, we're looking at the universities, we're looking at the institute, we're looking at the building and the people, sekolah, pendidikan. But now I see a different perspective. I totally agree. If we look at Kementerian Pendidikan dan Budaya, suddenly it becomes something bigger. You have to affect something higher than just teaching and learning. You will affect the culture as a whole, as a nation, because you are building a culture. That in itself is a change in perspective. Well, how you go about in doing it will be something else. Suruhanjaya diraja ke, budget sebesar mana ke, that kind of debate will come later. But we have to look at education differently because the world is changing. So long as you look at, oh, we need so many engineers, you need so many teachers, then you are trapped in that industry-driven dialogue. So perhaps maybe that's the biggest takeaway, at least at my personal level, change the way how we debate about education rather than looking at it mechanically, operationally. We have to look at education as something larger. It's about culture.
I'd like to interject, yeah. Next cabinet, they have to change the Ministry of Higher Education and Science.
And Science. Sekali lah. Dr. Ramzah Dambul will make a comeback. InsyaAllah. Tak tahulah whether IDS or not. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to all our 4 panelists here. It has been a very intriguing session for me. Thank you very much again, Tan Sri, for putting me here right on stage. I really learn a lot dan ini satu learning curve yang sangat curam. Nak sebut apa? Curam ya? Steep. Curam ya. Terima kasih dan saya mohon maaf atas kesempatan salah silap di sana sini. Saya kembalikan majlis kepada Idayu. Silakan.